This second session of Space and Defense Industry Civil Summit 2022 is the third edition and is the first time that we organize in person after 2 years of a digital meeting. So I hope you had a nice rest after yesterday's intense day because of the quality and quantity of presentations we heard yesterday. And some people did mention that defense matters are not normally portrayed in media as they should. And I think that this type of events do contribute to giving visibility to these topics in media, but we need to continue promoting it, because this morning I Googled defense civil and it was all about civil and Betis football players. It was always a bit defenders instead of defense. So that was, it was sort of like about football. So everything is about football in Spain. So when you Google defense and civil, it's not just about football, but it's about actual defense. And football does have an impact in our lives, as it will have an impact in our day. There is a change in the program after popular request, so the roundtable that was scheduled after lunch is going to happen earlier so that we can finish at 2:30. And those of you who want to watch the match, first match in the Qatar World Cup against Costa Rica, can actually watch it. So today we have rescheduled the program. The other option was to show the match in these two jumbo screens, but we thought it might not be a good idea. So after this housekeeping announcements, we're going to start with the first section. Yesterday, a speaker said that to the third dimensions of defense, ground, air, and sea, now we add two more, space and cyberspace. So we are going to talk about cybersecurity, potentials, and vulnerabilities. We have the General Deputy Director of the National Cryptology Center of the Ministry of Defense from the Government of Spain, Lieutenant Colonel Mr. Jiménez. Generals, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will try to talk to you for a few minutes about the potential and vulnerabilities of cybersecurity. We are currently undergoing a deep transformation of our society, stemming from the developments associated to new technologies. We are going through the fourth industrial revolution, which is certainly changing our capacity to do business, our capacity to interact, where the world is becoming more complex and where nothing will ever be the same. In parallel to this deep transformation, there is also an evolution of cyber threats, which become a more and more complex, sophisticated, and relevant problem of consequences that are still yet to be duly analyzed. Cyber threats are a geopolitical weapon. The annual cost of cybercrime in 2021 was 5,500 billion euros. And it is estimated that for 2023, there is a growth of plus 15% of these amounts. Additionally, we are witnessing cybersecurity incidents that pose a problem for companies to pay the cost of recovering from a cyber attack. Costs associated to recovering information, reconnecting systems, reinstalling both hardware and software, damage, reputational damage, etc., are often unaffordable by companies. According to the survey of the European Cybersecurity Agency, 50% of European SMEs acknowledge that a cyber attack would bankrupt them. And the same survey of the European Cybersecurity Agency said that in 95% of companies, they are concerned about the supply chain and some other cyber attacks that can affect their supply chain. This conference is called Potential and Vulnerabilities, but let me start from the end, all the way around. So let me talk about vulnerabilities first, and then I'll talk about the potential for the future. Most cyber attacks today occur because our technology is vulnerable. According to the estimates, between 62 and 92% of the incidents are caused by a vulnerability in technology. Euroconsumers research on connected domestic appliances says that 2/3 of the devices, both low-cost and brand appliances, have severe or critical vulnerabilities. And the MO is always the same. In any cyber attack, we find these 4 factors: the existence of a vulnerability in the system, somebody's capacity to write a program or development that would exploit that vulnerability, someone's capacity to introduce that new program in the system so that they can attack the vulnerability, and the existence of a subsequent exploitation infrastructure that would allow the malware to control the system and to exploit the cyber attack. These are the 4 factors that we find in any cyber attack, and this is what works. Up to now, cybersecurity policies were based on the infection vector and in determining the exploitation infrastructure. The infection vector is based in policies that aim at raising awareness and training users so that they do not become an infection vector of the exploit, so that they don't click on it, they don't open the email that they shouldn't open. So we have focused in raising awareness and informing users so that they are aware of the risks associated to new technologies. And we have also focused in fighting exploitation infrastructures. But time has arrived to look at something else, which is to fight vulnerabilities. Nowadays, technology is deployed through vulnerabilities. And this is the case because there are no industrial incentive to launch products without vulnerabilities, because the cost of cyber incidents is taken on board by the victim, meaning consumer, users, and companies are the ones that pay that cost. Secondly, users are not aware or they're not able to assess the cybersecurity of a product. We know the risks of the products we use, and we don't have capacity or technical competence to assess whether a product is has more cybersecurity. And lastly, manufacturers are always pressed by time to market. We need to launch products as soon as possible before the competitors with new functionalities, prettier, cheaper, bigger, more colorful, more screens, or more functionalities, forgetting about the cybersecurity factor in the design and development of these products. And the way we fight against this situation is rather clear, and it comes from the European institutions, Spanish institutions, response teams, the Joint Command for Cyberspace, and the National Cryptology Center. Those two organizations work together by using these best practices. Continuous vigilance or surveillance of our networks, integrated response, continuous exchange of cyber incidents, exchanging information about attack techniques and incidents, deployment of our networks and systems under the principle of minimum privilege or security by defect, certification of products, and continuous auditing of our ICT systems. But this will change in the future because two important things happened recently this year regarding the European Union policies, and it will change for the better. The first major change is the announcement of a regulation of cyber resilience, which on the 15th of September was presented to the general public for its processing. President von der Leyen called it the law of cyber resilience. The objective is to avoid having in the EU products that don't respect minimum cybersecurity requisites or requirements. It's an ambitious proposal, the first of its kind, not just in Europe, but worldwide. Manufacturers must implement cybersecurity requirements in their products. They should have a common cybersecurity product as part of the product. They should be subject to a conformity assessment and obtain the CE hallmark before selling a product in the European Union that is a ICT or digital product. And this is already happening in other scopes. In electrotechnics, nobody sells a product without a safety certificate. Quality standards are met, something that does not entail a risk for the grid that is going to be connected to, or for the user, or that is going to break the network. And this is a situation in which all products are subject to a conformity check. But this will change in the future. Another important aspect is the Commission's decision. Well, it's more the European Commission, the European Union rather, not the Commission, to create a strategic autonomy of member states in cyberspace. The European Union must strengthen their industrial base in key technological sectors. This declaration that was done in 2019 before the pandemic and the Ukrainian crisis is absolutely relevant today. Even so, more important and with a clearer, stronger roadmap by the European Union. Digital sovereignty is a strategic goal for the Commission and the Council. They call it the digital strategic autonomy in some documents, and is based on having certain key competencies and technologies. So now the second part of my presentation will deal with the potential capabilities and possibilities. The key technological sectors that we believe are related to cybersecurity, which is the scope of work of the National Cryptology Center, are technology associated to 5G infrastructure, algorithms of artificial intelligence that will allow us to improve our capabilities to defend ourselves to cyber attacks, a new realm of safe communications, a new scope for key distributions, password or new protocols, semiconductors, microelectronics, and actually, nowadays, microelectronics that have most of the coding capacities is obsolete, and it needs to be redesigned, and they have to face up the new challenges that are appearing due to the new computing capacity. It has to do with hardware and software associated to the cloud in a safe manner. It has to do with new cryptographic development that can face quantum computing capabilities, and it has to do with new protocols and new designs to share cyber intelligence so that the answer can be automatized or systematized in all security products and services. And these are the potentials, they open up for the Spanish and European industry. It is an interesting challenge, but I believe that Spain has the industry with capabilities ready to face up these cybersecurity challenges, and I think we shouldn't miss this opportunity. At the end of the day, we want to launch into the market cyber products and services with cybersecurity. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias al teniente coronel Luis Jiménez.
Thank you very much, Luis Jiménez, Deputy Director on the Ministry of Defense. We move on to the next speaker, but I forgot to mention people who are following us online in the spaceanddefense.es website, both in Spain and abroad. The second presentation of the morning, also on the same topic, comes from the commander of the Cyberspace Joint Command, Ministry of Defense, Division General, Rafael García Hernández. Good morning to those of you in person and who are following us online. I will try to give you a short second half of the match so that we can stick to the time that we were allocated. Thank you very much for the invitation. When I received the invitation and I saw the title Space Defense, I thought, this thing about space and cyberspace, so I maybe I should clarify that, as the Deputy Director said, space and cyberspace are already domains, but the space is a physical domain, whilst cyberspace is an artificial environment that we have created, humans. And they are just systems which are interconnected, duly set up, obviously, but is in order to send or process information. We mustn't forget that that information is even more valuable than systems. So we need to protect both systems and the information that runs through the system. Hence the scope of cyberspace or cyber defense. Cybersecurity is the general term. We call it cyber defense when we adapt it to cybersecurity. And I must say that cybersecurity or cyber defense is something that is not people in uniform that do it, but it's actually a state policy. So maybe it looks weird that I'm in a uniform talking about state policy. So I'm talking about policy with capital P. The government of Spain has proven to be leader in many fields, such as national strategies, security, cybersecurity, national plan for cybersecurity, as well as an initiative where we are showing we are pioneers, which is the National Cybersecurity Forum. And to put it plainly, we have sat at the table all private and public stakeholders, as the Deputy Director of the National Cryptology Center mentioned, and we believe this is an initiative that will shed good results. And actually, we will lead the initiatives against ransomware, which was created by the states, and Spain will lead that initiative as a PPP. So maybe if we are considered not to be a stakeholder by some people, Spain is the 4th country in International Cybersecurity Index, which is not bad. I mean, it doesn't mean that we don't have any attacks, but it means that all in all, if we look at the legislation, the infrastructure, and the stakeholders, we are the 4th place, which means that we're not too bad at it, right? I mean, we are bad at marketing how good we are, but we are not bad at cybersecurity. So under the umbrella of the National Cybersecurity Plan, managed by the DSN and where the National Cybersecurity Council is, that is where we define this cyberspace as something that will not surprise anyone, which is a new confrontation space, where the bad guys are ahead and the good ones need to join forces, to put it plainly, to face up the vulnerabilities that we've just seen and that we are seeing on a daily basis. So if we are not able to join forces and make progress in this change towards a digital culture, it's not that good. We're not going through an area of change. We are going through a change of era, which in the military part, and now I'm going to take my uniform again. So this is multi-domain operations. These characteristic spaces that we've all known, air, sea, and ground, now we always have the cyber dimension. And in this new realm, we must guarantee our freedom of action against the enemy that is going to want to do something, which is to constrain our freedom and to guarantee the will is implemented. According to what we need in the news, the Ukraine war taught us that President Zelensky is still doing video calls in all parliaments and meetings in Europe. So how can that happen? Vis-a-vis Russia, which should have deprived him from that freedom in cyberspace, they could have blocked that. Well, that is precisely the realm of the operations, sort of like extrapolated to the specific battlefield of Ukraine. Ukraine keeps that freedom in cyberspace, which allows them to do many things, actually, such as video calls, or to keep their command of the armed forces, which it seems that the Russian armed forces don't have, but they do. So in those operations that are going on, we're not talking about something. I mean, we never talk about anything that does not include cyberspace. So cyberspace is always included in our conflicts, and in the armed forces, we depend upon having that freedom in cyberspace, even to a greater extent than in other stakeholders. And to have that, we need to count on joint collaboration, because private potential is needed to join forces with public potential to have a joint capacity. Otherwise, I mean, this thing about a cyberspace is not civilian or academia or military. It belongs to all of us, and it's all of us who need to join forces to keep our position in the world of having cybersecurity. It is necessary and absolutely necessary to have that private and public collaboration, and above all, we need to use European technology, but beyond that, actually, Spanish technology. We have sufficient capacity And what we don't know or we can't see is the full map of our capacities. And now I'm talking not only about the European capacities, but the Spanish capacities. And these companies need to sit at the same table where we sit to, as I said, join forces and to be able to promote national technologies, our own national technology. European technologies, yes, but it's better to be self-sufficient when you don't have to depend on. And if they join command of cyberspace, we want to have a future combat system in cyberspace. We would rather make sure that 99% of the components of that system are national. And we don't want to have a combat system that depends upon other nations and which, at the end of the day, we can't use it because we don't own it 100%. I hope I'm explaining myself clearly. So we want national technology where national companies which are sufficiently capable are the driving forces of the technology so that we can have that technology not just European but also Spanish. And finally, last point, because I wanted to make sure that the second half of the match would stick to the time I was allocated, we can't forget that this is all done by humans. As Luis said, vulnerabilities are not only in the system. Vulnerabilities are in humans most of the time. So we need to be very aware of the cybersecurity culture, and the weakest link in the chain is the human being. So we need to focus our efforts in the cybersecurity culture so that we make sure we don't click on it, we don't open the file. I mean, digital progress is all good, providing that people make progress at the same time, and we have a digital culture, the digital culture that we need. So in a nutshell, I would say that we would like the national technology to go hand in hand with national needs, to have a strategic autonomy. As Europe said, the roadmap that Europe wants for 2023 to convey to a national roadmap. And above all, I want to remind you that people are more important than systems. In the same way, the information is more important than system, so people are the key for the transformation that is going on in cyberspace as of yesterday or today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pues muchas gracias al comandante.
Thank you very much, sir, for your intervention. Major General Rafael García Hernández, commander of the Joint Cyberspace Command, the MCCE from the Ministry of Defense. After these points of view, which are complementary, about cyberspace and the cyber worlds, we're going to now move on to a round table. I would like all of the participants to join us on stage now, and it's going to be chaired by Natalia Perales from Cadena Andalucía, and she specializes in economy journalism. Thank you very much.
¿Por aquí? Vale. Hola, buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. After these very interesting opinions about cybersecurity with regards to their potentials and vulnerabilities, we're now going to move to start the dialogue in this panel, a panel that will talk about cybersecurity potentials and vulnerabilities. Nobody doubts that cybersecurity is really at the heart of the center of security in companies and in public administrations. And in this summit, we are being made aware of the risks. We are being given numbers. And really, I would like to go a little bit more into depth of these risks and what are the challenges. And I would also like to take time to understand what responses we can give to these problems. What are the security measures that we can use against these attacks? So I ask, how do we combine the encapsulating of a system to protect it, and how do we at the same time make it open so that we can exchange information? This is a question that we pose to the aerospace industry as well as the defense industry. We are all collaborating here from many different countries and from many different businesses. That is why I think it'll be a very rich exchange, experts, that I'm going to now introduce. I would like to welcome Diego Fernández. Good morning. He's the Cybersecurity Manager of CENTUM Digital. He worked for the armed forces for 20 years and always worked in cyber defense and security. We also have Jerónimo García, CEO of Sidertia and head of cybersecurity, more than 15 years experience in the security, and he is an expert in data protection for air, land, and sea activities. We have López as well, the president of the Business Security and Digital Society Foundation. He's got more than 30 years experience in the digital sector and telecommunications in companies like IBM, Vodafone, and the public administration. And he was Secretary of State of Telecommunications. We have also Alfredo Díez with us, COO of Cipherbit-Grupo Oesía, the new brand that deals with cybersecurity and communication ciphering. He's got more than 20 years' experience in cybersecurity, helping many organizations in different sectors. And we finally have Antonio Abad with us, the Technical Director of Hispasat. Good morning. After he began working in Telefónica Sistemas, the national Spanish telephone company, he worked now for Hispasat. And for us, it's very interesting to understand the project that you are working on in Hispasat, the quantum communication project, something that was defined in the previous intervention that we have had. Having introduced the panel, I would like us to now delve into the topic. Digital transformation has accelerated in the last few years, and thus the risks that we are exposed to have increased. In this panel, we will discuss risks, but I would like to focus a little more on the concrete issues and take advantage of the experience of the people that are here today with us. Please tell us, gentlemen, what are the risks and vulnerabilities that you're constantly facing in your daily work? We will start with CENTUM Digital with Diego Fernández. What is the magnitude of the risks that we are facing? I believe that, first of all, I'd like to thank the organization for the opportunity to be here with you. And thank you, Natalia. And, of course, thank you for your question, because I believe that it's a very broad topic. And thank you for your moderation. With regards to the question that you've asked me, digital transformation, something that we all talk about, most of us come from a very analog generation. We have lived the digital transformation, and that has changed the way we live, the way we communicate, the way we work. And it has changed us a lot, and it keeps changing. They are very alive processes that keep occurring. and we must adapt constantly. This has allowed us to learn how to change the way we communicate, and administrations that now depend literally probably 100% from digitalization. Estonia, for instance, was the first country that allowed voting online, and the first state that suffered a cyber attack that paralyzed everything. And those are the risks. I believe that digital transformation is absolutely positive, and more companies are associated to it, but there are risks, of course, associated with it too. More connection, more interoperability, more stakeholders, more people, more access to our networks. From our point of view in CENTUM, we really believe that risks are difficult to measure because they depend a lot on each business and the way they conduct themselves. But what we do understand is very important to identify these risks, which is complex. But once you name them, really you understand the impact in terms of probability, and then you can minimize the risks and mitigate, use mitigating measures. If someone accesses, then at least we can mitigate the impact that they have. So we think that the risks in storing information and transmitting information are difficult to measure, but it's something we all have to work hard to control and achieve. So I think identifying the risks and controlling the risks is very important so that they may be mitigated and reduce vulnerabilities related to these risks. Thank you very much. Now, Jerónimo García, CEO of Sidertia, as specialist in data protection in private and public industries, what are the risks that you are facing in these sectors? We're really also talking about an environment where different stakeholders, different countries, and specifically this is what makes the risks perhaps a little bit more complex than in other spheres. Thank you, Natalia, first of all, for the presentation, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you to the organization for creating this summit, and for us being part of this summit and being able to share our experience with you is a great opportunity. And thank you for those of you here and those that follow us virtually. When we talk about threats, what we need to understand really is evaluate the end result, the incident. So really, we need to understand within the threat how probable it is that this threat will become a reality within the business. We have to protect data, and we need to protect it in-house at the clients, in the suppliers that provide the services, or in the transit of the information. So it's important that that data cannot be manipulated, because that's the threat. So data should not be manipulated or altered, which basically can be done when someone can alter it, can modify it, and modify the register or the way that it's stored, the way it behaves. And when they can do that, they can also insert or delete information. With regards to data, what needs to be controlled is that that information may not be extracted or filtered out, so that we don't lose the control of all of that data. So it's important to cipher data. And once all of this happens, once the service is down, it's really important to have an ability to have response capacity to start the service all over again, or restart the service. We focus on the infrastructures that are used by defense and industry to support the projects that they want to carry out. And in this case, when the companies need to face threats, what we aim to do is to protect all of the elements that are linked to public services, to the exposed services like consultation websites or introduction of the company's aims, the services that the organization provides in terms of being able to share information like SharePoint or any platform like this. And also the services that are very demanded like cloud services, which can be private or public. Thankfully, this external environment, the companies that manufacture hardware and software generally are the ones in charge of dealing with vulnerabilities. So the threat that that those elements can be exposed to is generally mitigated a lot by these companies that are the providers. However, if we move into the internal infrastructures of cybersecurity, the combination between the credential usurping requires really very simple techniques. When the credentials to go into a website, for instance, are extracted from someone, they can be done by phishing, or they can be due to data leaks, the credentials that are in the dark web that can be bought and that can be used to go into any specific environment. Added on to this is the problem of the back-end infrastructure and the vulnerabilities within them, because it affects servers, it affects communication systems. And the problem here is that when there is information available in a network through CVS or a vulnerable element, the problem is when we have an attack system that has got the credentials and has identified a vulnerability in our sharing site. The impact of that risk is the problem. So ciphering of information is essential. They're not advanced techniques, however, nor techniques used by a hacker, because they are wonderfully artful. However, they are organizations that are hierarchical, that are looking to attack certain objectives. And now the geopolitics don't really help in this sphere. So their objectives are chosen specifically because they are a target that can easily be attacked. When they see these vulnerabilities or these problems, it's easy to attack them. And at the same time, organizations are reticent in using double authentication factors, because really these solutions, what they do is try to avoid being targeted and being so vulnerable. When we talk about industry, we deal with international projects, especially where we need to share information, and that implies that you have to trust the other part with which you share information. If I trust an entity, then I have to ask them to show me the security configurations or security architectures that they're going to use, so that we can guarantee that when we share information, then that is not going to be vulnerable information. In our industry, we have the situation in which the supplier are the ones that apply the security measures. And there are many organizations like the European Union, NATO, and so on. They require a set of measures to share information. yet that's not as developed in companies. And what happens when the supply chain is vulnerable? Currently, the remote access to this supply chain because of COVID or because talent working from different parts of the world, what we see that remote access is allowed. We're going to talk about these security measures. So I would like to move on to the rest of the speakers in regards to risks and potential vulnerabilities. You talked about these risks in very hierarchical organizations, but what kind of threat do you face in cyberbeds? Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate here, and thank you for the presentation, Natalia. In Cipherbit, we provide cybersecurity services, and we also manage our own communication software. We have a 360 understanding of the problem, and we could talk about this for hours. But I would like to highlight 3 risks, and I don't want to be too technical about it. The 3 main risks, which really are aside from the vulnerabilities that my predecessor has spoken about. So first of all, I would like to talk about the understanding that people must have to identify risks. We have a very high risk with regards to the fact that most people cannot differentiate between a legitimate email and a phishing email. And this is a very high percentage of the cyber attacks incidents. Secondly, I would also like to highlight cyber criminality, defined as a legal issue. And this is more and more often something that happens. Cybercrime is the most economically viable and the most economically efficient criminal activity. Criminals are in countries which we cannot reach because of jurisdiction, and it's very difficult in cybercrimes to find the perpetrators. So it's very lucrative, and it's very difficult to legally prosecute. So it's a very severe problem that we are facing. And finally, I would like to talk about what we have seen given the geopolitical situation, the Ukraine war. We all know that long before the war broke out, we could observe the problem digitally, so to speak. And what should we understand here? We've gone from having to defend a physical border nationally to having to defend as well critical infrastructures, energy provisions, water provisions, and all sorts of resources provisions. We need to protect these assets because we cannot organize our country without them. And cybercrime is really aiming at destroying these infrastructures, and we must really bear them in mind when we think about defense. We continue with Carlos López Blanco, president of the Business Security and Digital Society Foundation. I heard you say that cybersecurity really is synonymous to security because the attacks have increased drastically. The digital transformation process, can it go faster than security measures are implemented? Good morning. Thank you very much, Natalia. And thank you for the invitation that we have received in the foundation to participate. I'm going to talk about the perspective that our foundation can share. We are and I believe that Luis Jiménez and the General García Fernández have set the scene, the context very well. We are in a digitalization context of economy, of all of it, all of the sectors in the economy, no matter how traditional they are. And it really, digitalization is everywhere, in big companies and in SMEs. And I would like to quote the General, we are not facing an era of change, but a change of era, or changes within the era. That is why in our foundation we've stopped talking about cybersecurity and start talking about security, or continue talking about security. We even changed the name of our foundation, and we called it Business Security in Digital Society, because things that are changing are businesses and security, and so security must adapt to this. So we're going to stop talking about digital economy and analogic economy. We're going to stop talking about cybersecurity too, because it's going to just be security. And in the 21st century, security is an integral part of everything. We learned it during the pandemic. We thought that all the analog security was not important, yet we found during the pandemic that we needed to protect physical assets and protect businesses. And we realized that that can no longer be a problem of the 21st century. Digital transformation and cybersecurity should go hand in hand and in parallel, but it's not easy. And some very technologically advanced companies can manage this. Many companies are very aware of the need to carry out these two processes in parallel, and various sectors have very good solutions. Many sectors, sorry. But when we focus on SMEs and smaller companies, we really come up against the problems that the need to go hand in hand between security and digital transformation and what impacts that can have. The problem that we have mainly is the supply chain, where security is an integral part of this, because all of the digital world is interconnected. So the minimum level of security is provided by the weakest link in the value chain. That is why the problem in protection and security in SMEs is essential that it be solved, because in this interconnected world, the weakest link is the problem. And this poses extraordinary challenges. And a last but not least factor, which we shall talk about hopefully later as well, and has been mentioned, but I think it's an absolutely essential, is the absolute sophistication of the criminal organizations that play a role in cyber attacks. Because every time we look, we see examples of it, and there's a very good one of Colonial Pipeline. When you see the cyber delinquents, they are extremely sophisticated technologically, and really, delinquents these days have a business model. They have platforms that can provide services like software as a service. So the challenges, cyber criminals, which are very sophisticated, and two, a very interconnected, digitalized economic system. The weakest link tends to be in the supply chain, and so the challenges that we are facing are very complex. We're talking about vulnerabilities like cyber delinquents and criminals, but there's also potential, as the Lieutenant Colonel Luis Jiménez was pointing to, the key protocols. The first application of quantum distribution of keys So I would like you to talk to us about it, but also what does this protocol provide a response to? Thank you very much, Luis, for your presentation, and thank you very much for introducing me as well, Natalia. There is no transformation without cybersecurity, and I would also like to add another layer of complexity to this problem. Being, as you have said, and agreeing with you, the driver of digital transformation does not come from cybersecurity, but from the evolution of society. We're not going to stop the digital transformation, so we need cybersecurity to allow us to continue transforming at the pace that we are successfully. And I don't want to go any more into depth in this issue, but I would like to focus on the types of threats that we face in the quantum computation. I'm going to try and simplify what I would like to express to you all. Essentially, in the last few years, we have been developing new computational abilities in Hispasat, which is based on the quantum properties of matter. Subatomic particles have a set of properties which do not, so these properties don't behave like microscopic world normally does, but they behave in a very specific way. And so certain people that specialize in physics named this quantum physics. And from that point on, we elaborated quantum mathematics, which led to quantum computing. And these computers, which are no better than the ones we have very specific abilities at which they surpass classic computers, and they are optimization and simulation. And they have the ability to turn big numbers into prime numbers. And this is not anecdotal, but all of this is the base of symmetric cryptography that has been developed in the last 40 years. So asymmetric cryptography, sorry. All of the passwords that are asymmetric are based in turning a very big number into prime numbers. And normal computers took a long time to do so, and quantum computers do it in a very short time. So Peter Shaw, basing himself on the characteristics of quantum computers, determined an algorithm that allowed the simplification or decomposition of prime numbers in a very short time. So all of this classic cryptography was threatened, and without a shadow of a doubt, that is something that we will have to change in the next few years. There are two ways of solving this problem: improving algorithms. So if the algorithm of changing very big numbers into prime numbers is easy to solve, then let's create new algorithms. But the problem here is that very many people with enough time might be able to solve these algorithms. And the other one, which is the distribution of quantum passwords, is not a foolproof password system, but in the exchange of the passwords, it is possible in the blockchain to understand if this key or password transmission has been tampered with. So we will continue with this in the block or in the part of the conference where we'll deal with cyberspace and cybersecurity. Now we have spoken about risks and threats. let's now focus on how do we do an encapsulation process to avoid leaks. I would like to ask you to be brief so that we can continue with the next topics. Jerónimo García, how do you evaluate the security measures that are being implemented in the space, aerospace and defense sector? Thank you very much, Natalia. Long question, but I would like to summarize. We really are focusing on encapsulation and really how we are going to reduce or confine numbers and how we're going to deal with this threat to security. In order to face these challenges in programs like FCAS, digital clouds, and all of these initiatives, we need to focus in applying these measures. The value chain is the one that has to be protected so that there aren't any vulnerabilities. Within this sphere, there are different legal frameworks that are available to understand depending on the way we exchange information. Within the official secrets law, there is a list of measures for the classification of information, like technical ones for the application of technology, the organizational measures, how we're going to use the information, and the physical measures. And also they list how exchanges should be done, the legal framework for international exchanges. In this case, the work that the National Cryptological Center carries out, spearheaded by Pablo López, and their constant improvement. It is in this sphere that we need to focus, not individually, but collectively, use these legal frameworks so that we can face incidents and we can have ways of recovering information. Evidently, this accredits, also has ways to accredit systems of exchange of information. And as has been stated and the way Luis posed it, we have to constantly be auditing. We have to maintain our systems. And this periodic review be done actively in order to identify.
Diego, when we talk about vulnerabilities, one of the problems we see is to identify the perimeter, the real perimeter of companies, and I guess that's something difficult to manage. What's the solution you found? Well, I think the perimeter is more and more complex to define. The perimeter is sort of like the door that stops giving access to our details. So 3 words: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Nobody opens the door to see our information. That's confidentiality. Nobody opens the door and changes it to affect integrity, and nobody can close the door, change the lock, and affect availability so that we cannot access anymore. Traditionally, the perimeter was our firewall that we looked after, with tender love and care, and we had safety measures. But now we have a supplier that needs to be connected to our network. We need to open up the access, or we need a repository to upload the code of a proposal so that we can give a client access, or our website is hosted in the Netherlands, and it is all part of the perimeter. So the perimeter is larger and larger and blurred. So we are a perimeter with legs because we have good days, bad days, and we are at the end of the day the main vector of entrance. So defining the perimeter is more difficult. So what we are trying to work on is to propose and simplify the definition of the perimeter based on 3 factors. One is a risk analysis, which we think is key because it helps us to know what we have, how we have it, and what we can do to protect those assets. Secondly, to try and monitor since the perimeter is so blurred and delocalized, what we need to do is to centralize the information. and channel it in one single point so that we can understand what's going on in our company, regardless of whether the details are here in the States, in the Netherlands, or whatever, and to have dashboards that are useful. So those two teams need to talk to each other, executive and technical. So we need to understand what's going on in the company to make decisions with transparency. And I think it needs to be a cycle that is alive, and it requires a constant review. And both the authorities and the private companies need to understand that there are professionals available to help them implement this measure, and that they should convey this trust and this information sharing, because it's key, so that when we detect, we can share and avoid these threats and vulnerabilities. So just to put an end to this part, the key is centralization and centralized management of a scoreboard or actually a dashboard that works. You talked about risks earlier, but how do we protect organizations with sensitive information, such as the armed forces or the public authorities, especially when we talk about cyber criminals that are more and more sophisticated? You talked about unity or the need to share to avoid all this. Do you share those messages too? Yes, I do, fully share them. And I also want to highlight other points, such as, firstly, to have a robust cybersecurity strategy from the beginning, from our own architecture. And I think this is basic. We shouldn't talk about cybersecurity. We should always think about cybersecurity from the very beginning. It will save us a lot of problems. And when we analyze cybersecurity, you need to have a holistic methodology. We need to care for the whole spectrum, human, technological, and organizational factors. We should always be based in risk analysis, meaning the true problems in the organizations, so that we can invest in our resources for time and money, which are always scarce, in things that really worry us. So these 2 points that seem to be quite obvious, which is that you have a strategy and that we focus in real risks, that doesn't always occur. Organizations sometimes invest a lot in technology or in a project because they think it's very disruptive or advanced technologically, and they forget about other points that are equally relevant and that they should tackle as well. Lastly, the question you made about public authorities and defense, I think in this scope is very important to invest in intelligence and cybersecurity that allow us to be ahead of cyber threats. The current techniques, such as network or social media tracking, I think this is something that we need to do to avoid cyber attacks. So we need to be ahead of what the cyber criminal is thinking, what we want to do, and we should always have a certain leadway ahead of them to be prepared for them or to minimize their damage. You've talked about the need to invest in cybersecurity, and I think it's important to talk about that investment in this issue. Carlos, based on the studies in your foundation, you said that private companies invest a lot in cybersecurity, more than public authorities. What does this mean for you? Actually, the president yesterday said that this summit should be an opportunity to strengthen the collaboration between private and public organizations. So how does the private and public collaboration work? Lots of questions in one. Okay, I will try to be brief, and I will not answer to what you have asked. Okay, when you are asked for an interview, you remember about the wise sentence that you are the owner of your silence and slave of your words. So I must have eventually said what you have mentioned, but allow me to explain it. When we talk about the investments made by public authorities in cybersecurity, We need to distinguish. And in general, cybersecurity in the public sector, there are two worlds. One is the organizations that are closer to the national defense, the public authorities, and the technology management, and those who have to do with the heart of the sovereignty, which have always had high degree of sensitivity to traditional security and cybersecurity. We can't criticize that part of the authorities or the sector. But where we need to be more critical with is the other part of the authorities. And there, I think we have a lack of sensitivity, lack of culture or awareness. And we have examples of a main public authority that were target of a cyber attack, and still the users of that organization are still suffering the consequences of the cyber attack. And that organization is key for the Spanish economy, but certainly doesn't respond to the part of the authorities which has always been very sensitive. And I think we need to change the culture. And I'm not talking about local authorities or regional authorities, which still have a more pressing problem. We need to change the culture. We need to make the sensitivity be higher. And then I'm going to be controversial. We need to change the way the public authorities purchase security. Security cannot be purchased as if it was chairs. And the authorities do that. And the MOD know that well. The Ministry of the Interior knows that. But they purchase security as if they were purchasing chairs and tables. Sorry, you can't do an auction for the lowest bidder. And the authorities need to know that. Private-public collaboration, which is absolutely essential. In specific cases and general one, colonial pipeline. For those of us working on this was great because we've learned a lot. And one of the things we've learned is that in a serious cyber incident, you can only solve it with the private and public collaboration. And they solved that problem, and we forgot that they had to declare the state of emergency in California because of all the mess, thanks to the collaboration between the company and the public authorities. So in that specific incident, it's absolutely essential, but also structurally. General García Hernández talked about the General Forum of Cybersecurity. Our foundation is honored to participate there, and this is an example of private-public partnership on cybersecurity, not only on the specific incident, but also in general terms. And I think it's a good example, and that is why there are countries looking at that, of how there can be collaboration mechanisms between the authorities and the private sector. And that can only result in great awareness of this private sector and an improvement of the regulation and the cybersecurity culture, or general security culture. Antonio Abad, do you share that need to collaborate between the private and public sector? And what solution do you find for the threats you mentioned earlier? And what's the difference between the work you do at Hispasat versus other security protocols? Well, yeah, of course. There has to be private and public collaboration, and I will get there. I will tell you how we are implementing that collaboration with an initiative that we are implementing on quantum cybersecurity. We talked about the distribution of quantum key, and this quantum key, when it's done through fiber optic, there is a strong latency due to the physical features of the fiber. That means that the distribution is only done in 100 kilometers of radius. So the systems that allow us to exchange keys, and we know that nobody has changed it. That work in ground infrastructure in a radius of 100 kilometers. However, we do this through the polarization of photons, and we just can transmit photons. So the transmission of photons in free space is better, but it can be done in long distance. Like Chinese in 2016 sent a LEO and did a quantum key transmission of 1,600 kilometers. And we have been for 2 years working in a consortium with 20 Spanish companies to implement the first mission of QKD at 33,000 meters height in geo-orbitary distance. So the same thing, but at 36,000 kilometers. Why? Essentially, because in geostationary orbit, they see as a fixed spot in space. So a geostationary satellite, they have the fixed azimuth and elevation, so that when you are pointing at that direction, you have permanently the connection with the geostationary satellite. And secondly, because from 36,000 kilometers, you see a wider scope instead of LEO. A typical example that can happen. The Moscow embassy wants to send a coded message to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Spain. They could do that through a quantum key distribution system. The Moscow embassy has a telescope in their own facilities, and of course the Ministry of Foreign Affairs too. They would send a key, they would check it at the Moscow embassy to make sure that it has not been intervened. If it has been intervened, I just throw it away and I send another one. Until I receive a key that I know nobody has seen. And you will repeat a similar process with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So both ends, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Moscow embassy, would have a key that they are sure nobody else has intervened. And that key will allow them to cipher and code the documentation, and they could exchange it through a public channel with this ciphered key. So this is how it works. Why do we think that PPP is the way to do that? In this consortium we have created, we are including Telefónica, Cellnex, like telco operators, that they are very concerned about cybersecurity. Luis is doing it with his team from the CCN to represent the demand. We also have users, such as banks, that are potential users. But as of today, to invest from a private company for a system that is still to be proven technologically is still very complicated. So our ambition that the aerospace PERTE that we are implementing, which has a specific chapter of quantum key distribution, our consortium of 20 companies wants to receive that PERTE to implement the first system of quantum key distribution for geostationary Earth orbit, which will position us at the top in the world regarding QKD. We are finishing our time. We have talked about cybersecurity measures. I would like to ask you to summarize with one sort of like headline the main conclusion of this roundtable. So let's start the other way around. So let's start with Antonio again. I would summarize it saying that quantum technologies, the corollary of what I said, quantum technologies will allow us make progress safely in the digital transformation that is unavoidable. Carlos. My conclusion is, in cybersecurity, we have to change the perspective. We are subject to exceptional risks due to the sophistication of attacks or the increase of the attack surface. Everything that has to do with interconnection and supply chain. And that requests not just technology, it requests a change in the mindset, because we need to understand the more advanced company, and in the public sector too, organizations understood that there is no such a thing as total security. We can't be in a closed system that has 100% security. We need to prepare companies to respond to challenges as they appear and to have response capacity. Alfredo? Two messages that have already been mentioned, also using this forum, two things that have come up. The first one is that cybersecurity cannot be purchased as when you buy tables and chairs. We can't give it to the lowest bidder. And the second one is to promote national sovereignty for companies who work on national technology development. So it's key. We need to help them and push them and to purchase national technology instead of foreign technology. Jerónimo? There is a lot of support from public organizations through national security plans and fora. So they need to collect those possibilities to have that mentoring that private companies can do and public authorities can do. And above all, unification and standardization, meaning with someone suffers a cyber incident, that we can share it so that the incident can be discussed by all the entities that may need it, and that the decision making is more agile, and that in a centralized system you can do that assessment of the impact. And Diego Fernández, I insist collaboration. So we have 20 companies. So cybersecurity requests a lot of collaboration. So collaboration, PPP. Security needs to be the design. So let's promote national sovereignty and awareness raising on this topic. Every single person is an important part of cybersecurity, and we all have a direct impact and have associated to the information we handle. So we finished this roundtable on cybersecurity. We want to thank all panelists for their participation, and especially the effort to summarize their ideas, to summarize and share with us such a complex topic. We also thank you for your attention, for those of you present in this conference center, and also we don't forget about those of you who are following us online. Thank you very much and good morning.
Pues muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Estamos cumpliendo con perfecto rigor el tiempo.
So we are quite punctual, so I'm going to give you a 30 minutes rest. And at 11:30, we will listen to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
We have a very important intervention from the Minister of Foreign Affairs that would have liked to be with us today, but he could not be. So he has sent his video. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, the Government of Spain. Good morning to you all who are participating in the Space and Defense Industry Civil Summit 2022. I would like to thank the organizers for the very relevant initiative that they have brought to reality. In order to tackle the reality of the defense and space sphere in this key moment, and it is very important because the geopolitical context and the problems fostered by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia are affecting the defense sector. When we talk about defense, as you will discuss shortly, we talk about the guarantee of the security in democratic countries and the defense of principles and values that are fundamental and stated in the United Nations Charter. So the declarations of Versailles of March of this year appeals to a reinforcement of our defense and a reinforcement of the autonomy and strategic position of the EU, as well as the NATO summit and the new strategic concept that was approved. Both of them have been fundamental to push forth the industry of defense and space and push forth, of course, peace and security. For Spain and the European Union, a solid industrial base for defense and space is an essential asset that must be highlighted and valued. This industry with key companies in Spain will allow us to have a defense and foreign affairs policy, which will send a very important signal that we are with our allies and we are essential for them, and that Spain is reinforcing collective security. This industry is also an asset for Spain because it is the industrial fabric that makes us advanced, competitive, and generates more than 95,000 jobs, high qualification, most of them. And it contributes with 5% to the GDP in Spain, with a business of nearly 6 billion. It is a industrial sector that generates great thrust in the economy and represents more than 10% of the sector's turnover. Allow me to highlight one of the characteristics of the defense industry, the double nature of it, the civil and military components that feed off each other in investment and in research and development. And knowing the importance of the time that we are living within NATO and the European Union, we are taking very brave decisions to support the development of the industry of defense and space, to allow us to have the military capacities that will allow us to remain autonomous and make our own decisions. So in the last NATO summit, we reached an agreement that is fundamental for the contribution to the normal budgets of NATO and the defense industry, which leads us to the general consensus of it spending 2% of the GDP on defense. And we have created mechanisms to increment our strategic autonomy, the European Defence Fund and other elements that will allow the member states to invest together, invest better, and invest in Europe. An objective that we will, of course, keep pushing forth during the next semester's Spanish presidency of the European Commission. So, alongside the Civil Space and Defence Summit will, of course, highlight issues such as how we can be more efficient, how we can foster cybersecurity, and all of these elements need be developed because it will protect the vulnerabilities we have. And I would like to congratulate you for your work. Spain, with regards to space, has a very long-standing tradition. Flights or activities in the moon were very important in the success for the success of these missions, and Spain was part of it. The Apollo agency afterwards created the European Centre of Spatial Astronomy, and it has its headquarters in Spain. And last but not least, the creation of a new Spanish space agency. We are working on its legal framework and its statutes. This new Spanish agency will be the culmination of the space architecture and will be, of course, the place where we grow the seeds of the future. I would like to reinforce that I'm at your disposal, as is the Spanish government, to support you institutionally, so that initiatives like the Civil Defense and Space Summit allow us to help in dealing with the challenges of the sector so that they can also allow us in pushing forth technology so that Spain can be a world referent in this industry. Thank you very much.
Pues muchas gracias al ministro de Asuntos Exteriores.
We would like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Spanish government for his words. And now we're going to move on to the second roundtable that is going to talk about the commitment of industry and the commitment of the Spanish industry and technology to defense. We are going to invite Miguel Ángel Frimor, Director of Hispasat, to join us, and the rest of the members of the roundtable.
Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organization for organizing this panel and for the possibility to be its moderator. You know that I'm moderating, substituting Pedro Fuster, who is the Deputy Director General for Industrial Strategy of DGAM at the Ministry of Defense, and I hope that he gets better soon. The commitment of Spanish industry and technology to defense is our topic today, and we have a good panel that represents sea, air, and land. We've gone from cybersecurity and space back to the traditional defense spaces. However, cybersecurity is present in any of these systems used in land, sea, and air, and space, which really is what connects them both. I'm going to give you each 5 minutes to give your presentation, your introduction, regarding the commitment of Spanish industry and technology and the defense industry's commitment to that. We have very good examples of committed companies to defense. You have demonstrated so amply, and I would like to refer to significant situations that took place in the pandemic, which we are all very thankful for your support there. First of all, I would like to give the floor to you in the order in which you are sitting. So first of all, we would like to introduce Fernando Mato, who is the Director General of Spanish Missile System, SMS. He is frigate captain, naval pilot of the U.S. Navy and the Army. He specializes in electronic war. He flies aircrafts, and he has many medals and condecorations. He's married. He's got 3 children. I'm going to summarize your CV because otherwise we would not have time. So, Sir Fernando, I give you the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for the invitation to be part of this forum and panel. SMS, the Spanish Missile Systems, really was created with the objective to push forth the missile sector in Spain so that we can provide the armed forces a sovereignty, strategy sovereignty, and a critical position for this sector. When we talk about missiles, we don't only talk about them, but their systems. And there are other systems associated to missiles which are very important and that are have got a stronghold in our Spain capacities. We know that Spain is good in sensors, in firing and launchers that at the same time have to be integrated in the different platforms, whether they be air platforms, land platforms, or naval platforms, which require systems engineering, which also exists and is very good in Spain. So Why do we think that Spain has not got enough capacity with the missile systems? We need to go back to history. The investment cycles in the last years and decades have allowed for great programs of modernizing, programs that have been focused mainly on the development of platforms, naval, air and land platforms. Nonetheless, these platforms are developed so that we can use the capacity of missile systems. Why don't we talk about it? Mainly, I think it's partly to do with the industry. And that's why we created SMS. From the point of view of the Navy sector, they are the company that helps to drive the rest of the sector in programs like the F-110 and the submarine 180. With regards to the air, we have Airbus with their launching of programs that have changed even the structure of the defense industry with programs such as Eurofighter, NH90, FCAS, or Euromeo. On the land sector, we have taken even a step which is going further. We have created a consortium with 4 very important companies to allow having sovereignty in the sector of land platforms and the launching of the 8x8 program. And we had a need for the industry of the missile sectors. We needed an industry that drove forward this section, and that's what SMS is doing. It's driving, the technology is driving the capabilities, and it's collecting them all around SMS so that with those capabilities we can support our armed forces in all of their life cycle. And I think it's not only about acquisition. We all know that the acquisition programs are no more than 30% of the life cycle. And we really need to have sovereignty over the whole life cycle of a product so that we can change sensors, so that we can integrate things in new platforms, etc. So SMS, and I'm going to finish with this, does not want to compete with the great missile providers of the world. Yet what we do want to be is their best partner, so that we can help them in international cooperation and development of the new systems, so that these systems have the specs and requirements that our armed forces need, that they also bear us in mind and our industries and technologies. And when these systems are handed over to the armed forces, that we can sustain them and repair them and keep them in tip-top shape for the life cycle of these systems, which is 40 years. And so I believe that we can work in this sector and we can do it very well. Thank you very much, Fernando. And thank you very much for respecting those 5 minutes. I think it's a very interesting initiative to have a grouping of the companies in missiles, GMV and Escribano. So we hope that it will mark a change in the missile history for our armed forces. We have Fernando Fernández from Escribano, who's the Director of Technology, Engineering and Innovation. He has more than 20 years' experience in this. He's an aeronautics engineer. He has got some degrees by ESYS. He's got management degrees by then. He's been working in Elco, Tecnobit, and finally in Tecnos. And in 2014, he joined Escribano, and he, as we said, is the Director of Technology, Engineering and Innovation. And he manages the armament areas. And you also have 5 minutes for your first presentation. First, thank you very much for introduction and for your invitation. And I would also like to say that I am the father of 3 children. I'm also married. Now, what our commitment is as a company that develops armament and systems, our commitment with our defense industry is in providing our armed forces with the best systems, and what we mean by best is the most efficient and the safest one so that they can carry out their mission. This is obvious. And allow me to explain this further. The way we see it is that we want these systems to have technologies that we are proprietors of. In Escribano, we are obsessed with the fact that the systems and weapons that we provide to our armed forces have technologies that we control. And why? Most of them have been talked about previously, but I want to focus on two. One, national sovereignty. That was dealt with in depth by the previous speakers, and I think it's absolutely key to what is happening currently with COVID and the geopolitical situation. Really, using a calculator, to do something that you should do with your mind means that we're not going to be able to do anything in the future. So this is something that is essential for us, because if we don't have access to the critical components of our systems, then we can't have sovereignty. This also gives us flexibility. And we're also seeing that flexibility is key. My colleagues have spoken about the fact that there is lack of supply of electronics components, that you can't get products because the companies that manufacture it are closed down because of COVID. So what we are now doing is modifying and adapting our systems to be provided with elements that we can get hold of. So that is why in Escribano we want to have control of the technologies that define us. That is our first core commitment. And our second commitment is more in line with the social side of things. We believe that all of this technology will allow us to develop an industry that will challenge our society and our youth not to leave Spain. I'm from a generation of engineers which had to leave Spain, and we were very proud to leave Spain because Spain wasn't at the forefront. Yet the commitment of our industries now must be that we challenge the youth and motivate them to stay in Spain. And for that, we have to develop elements and products that are intellectually challenging. And I think we believe that that is vital from Escribano. And lastly, we believe that the collaboration between companies is essential. We have here SMS, Díez, and many companies here are our collaborators, and this allows us to fulfill the wish to have these commitments be a reality. It allows us to develop an attractive industry so that talent can remain in Spain, which is where it was born in, so to speak. Thank you very much, Fernando. Very essential concept, sovereignty in technology to allow strategic sovereignty and attractive projects, challenges, so that we can retain talent and so that they stay in Spain, because it's very difficult to train them and very costly. Our next speaker is Cristina Abad. She works in Navantia, Systems Director. She an industrial and automatic engineer. She has also trained in CEPI, and she has training in lean methodology, program management, high equipment. She has ample experience. She looks very young, so I won't state when she started. She has done a lot of things within Avantia and their partners like ESYS, submarine electronics. She has been Subdirector of Management, Technology, Security and 4.0 in Avantia Systems. She has been Program Lead for the S80 systems, the submarine by Navantia, and she's worked in the development of different submarines as well as the Godwin. Thank you very much, Miguel Angel, for your lovely words, and thank you to the organization for allowing me to represent Navantia in this forum, which is very interesting and very necessary for our industry. Fernando closed his intervention talking about collaboration and industrial cooperation, and I wanted to start precisely at that point. Throughout the presentations that we had the pleasure of listening to yesterday and today, we have witnessed that we are all very much aligned in this industry, and we have the same objectives. We talk about technology, innovation, future, and cultural change. We're also going through a historical point in time, a time when we can apply all of these technologies that are within our grasp to apply them to future products and projects, thanks to the governmental will of investment in these projects, which generates a very generous environment for our industry. And our Director of Strategy, in one of the penultimate presentations, Javier, was talking about Navantia as a great naval power with regards to our new contract with through logistic vessels for the UK Navy, the S80, which has been my honor to participate within, which is a technological challenge for the naval sector nationally and obviously the global sector and for the whole of the Spanish sector. I'm also talking about the AC-110, a program that brings forth AI, cybersecurity, among other elements. What I wanted to highlight about Navantia is our integrating capacity. From the point of view of the platform, the Admiral yesterday was talking about F-100. It's an example of thousands of euros of engineering that allowed us to integrate armament perfectly within a vessel. With regards to systems, we also have a great integrating capacity, which comes from years and years of work with the defense and army, developing SCOMBAT, which is the combat system within the army vessels. And I think this is crucial. From the speeches presented yesterday, one of the most impacting ones were the ones where the admirals were talking about why we were using things, the operational concept. Another admiral was also speaking about the 4 concepts of seeing, identifying, controlling, and combating if it's necessary. These concepts are the ones that the industry needs to be very well aware of and also understand the missions so that the armed forces and the industry can work around a mission. So going to back to the beginning, I wanted to highlight collaboration between the industry and collaboration for complying with the client's needs. And to draw my introduction to a close, I believe that the future and perhaps the presence of war is the combat cloud. It is a natural progression. We are also collaborating with companies to talk in the multi-dominion cloud. The multi-dominion cloud was explained impeccably by the director of GMV. He was very technical about it, but he pinpointed the concept of operation and how the armed forces needed this development. Thank you very much, Cristina. The concepts that you have introduced are very important. The multi-domain combat cloud really encompasses all of us, air, land, and sea, cyberspace and space. Now we're going to go back down to earth where we have our last speaker, and last but not least, of course, Víctor López, who is Víctor López Benítez, Director, Business Development Director of Santa Bárbara Sistemas. He has been with Santa Bárbara for 15 years, always in business development, international and national. He has a degree in business administration by the University of Salamanca and several international masters of business. And before joining General Dynamics Santa Bárbara, he worked in the public ethics, and he worked in the commercial office in Spain and Montevideo. You have 15 minutes to present your topic.
I will even be shorter than that. So firstly, on behalf of Santa Bárbara, I want to thank you for inviting us. And I will be brief because many of the topics have already been mentioned yesterday and today. And I don't want to repeat what has been said. Regarding the commitment of the defense industry, I think in my company's point of view, we are a very special industry. Our customer is our armed forces, in my case, the army. So we need to have a commercial relationship with our client. Those are the rules that apply to all sectors. But that is not actually the case. The peculiarity is this. The industry is a link. We are a link of the national company or a national project, and we need to liaise with our customer and society as such. We have a role to play in our country. So for the case of Santa Bárbara, and I would like to say that our first factory dates from 1540, so we have a vocation to stay. So, but let's go back to more recent facts. We talk about programs, and I've mentioned with the project Eurofighter, frigate F-110 has been mentioned, but they haven't talked about Leopard or Pizarro. 30 years ago, these army projects have brought unique capacity to Spain. Dragon and the TES project, now we have a unique capacity of authority of design of chain and wheel vehicles that only exists in Germany. And we're not aware of where we are. So we have a responsibility because we need a return because the ministry invested actively in these programs 20 and 30 years ago, so that instead of receiving manufacturing licenses or owning our own licenses that we can transfer, we have manufactured Pizarro and we have transferred it to send it to the UK to manufacture chain tanks. And we normally talk about attracting partners, exporting, and that's our vocation. We want to respond when somebody has trusted us first. Well, thank you for being so short in your first comment. That will give us plenty of time to discuss in a more dynamic manner. But you're absolutely right. There is a very obvious concept. The defense industry is part of the national defense. So, and that's a commitment that I think we should all honor, undoubtedly, because that's the way things should be. There are some important topics, apart from the commitment of the industry and technology with defense, which are both challenges and opportunities, as it normally happens in life. Everything is dual. Even photons are dual. So the first topic I want to introduce is the Spanish industry in face of the challenges that there exist. So let's start with Victor, and then we walk all the way backwards. So how do you see your role in the light of the Europe of Defense, as we call it? We have the European Funds for Defense, and they are all R&D programs, but the future may be also operational. So I'll give the floor to Victor first. So please try and to be as succinct as you can in your answers so that we can cover more ground. Victor? I may take some of the time that I didn't use before. So, yeah, 2 points. Regarding the challenge and regarding our positioning. As for the challenge, in general, how we perceive it. It seems that when we talk about challenge, there is a negative bias to it, whether the industry is prepared or not. And I think we are to face up the issue. It would be more difficult to answer if there was no challenge, if there was no increase of budget, if there was no state vision, if there was no standardization of prerequisites, if we had to test the resilience that we have proven in the last 10 years when there were no big contracts in the ground and in the army. So we've been able to prove and show that we can export, that our P&L balance has had more export than import. So I think nobody should question the company's capacity in general, whether they are prepared or not to face up the challenge. We have the capacity. We have the cases, the success stories, and we've proven it in more difficult times. Regarding our positioning, I would like to make the most out of our name, which is rather long, and we get called all sorts of things. General Dynamics, European Land System, Santa Barbara System. The combination of multiple factors make people call us myriad things. So, this is our positioning. First, Santa Barbara Sistemas. We are a Spanish company with factories in Spain, with relevant facts since 1540. The first tank was manufactured in Trubia more than a century ago, with authority of design manufactured by Spanish engineers that we give to the Ministry of Defense, and with this vocation of sovereignty that make us manufacture always in Spain. We have a high implementation in Europe. Our headquarters is in Madrid. We group together 6 countries in European countries, allied countries, and a structure of technological partners in just about all European countries. General Dynamics, and I would like to use the words of our foreign minister when he said that we should look at both shores of the Atlantic. And I understand the European and Spanish sides, very good, but they didn't talk about NATO. And the NATO environment is even more relevant as of today. And the design, our vehicles are designed for NATO standards. And another important point is the interoperability. It's very important to look at our sovereign capacity, but also to make sure that it's interoperable with other allies. Because that would be key in the future. The dual reality is always there. So, of course, Victor talked more about the opportunity, which is obviously the way to go. So I give the floor now to Cristina for her to tell us the vision of Navantia regarding this challenge and opportunity coming from the European defense. I don't want to repeat the words that have been mentioned by my colleague, which are rather fitting. I'll talk about challenges. This morning, we had 2 presentations. The minister encouraged us to think about Europe and the other side of the pond. In the previous intervention, the general talked to us about how the armed forces want to preserve sovereignty at the national level. So companies have a big challenge. In Navantia, we participate in 9 European programs, and it is true that as we've made progress, we are managing to get hold of the nick of it, because the first prerequisite to take part in a European project is to be in a consortium with other European companies. So for us, the big problem is to be there, observe, learn, see what technologies and goals other industries and countries have, and at the same time to participate and collaborate, sort of like show a little bit the food, but not too much. So that is the challenge for the industry, and I think it would be very good for us, a bit of guidance in these European programs, which are a great opportunity both for financing and acquisition of knowledge, but it also entails a risk. Thank you, Cristina. I'm not going to dare to guide you. I'm here as a substitute teacher. But everything is dual again. What you've talked about makes a lot of sense. There are opportunities for financing, for cooperation, and we have challenges not only to stay out of it, to show our capacities a bit, a lot, or a little. Because in Europe, we don't all of us have the same threats. Some of us have unique threats, which also we need to take care of, obviously. Thank you very much. The next presentation is by Fernández. So we have two Fernandos. So we have Fernández from Escribano. So what do you think about challenges and opportunities in Europe or in defense Europe? Firstly, I thought it was funny because what Victor said earlier, I thought about it too, because when you talk about challenges in Europe, it looks like you need to defend yourself. Well, the first sentence that comes to mind is we have no complexes, so zero complexes. So you can't have a P upwards, you need to have a P straight ahead. So no complexes there. So in a few years' time, sure, a German guy will say, there is a Spanish company we have a company which is as good as Navantia. I think that will happen. What is the challenge? To go for technology with our administration and with our security forces to try and promote the fact of creating not only good products, but also products which are competitive. My colleagues and one Victor said something, and I think it's important to know that export is an indicator of how well we are doing in companies. That's a big challenge for defense companies in Spain, not only because we are exporting and making money, but because in the same way that we need sovereignty, the sovereignty is not real if your product is not competitive in the market. And I think both the authorities and us, we need to think about, and I think sometimes when we develop systems in Spain, we make them too specific for a market that is not big. Sometimes we are making super good products, but they're only good for us, which means that when we need to go somewhere else, we need to look for something else. So I think that's a true challenge that we need to solve to be able to solve that. It seems rather obvious, but it's not. We are all aware of the existence of big companies and modern-day gurus. But nowadays, there are private companies that send people out to space. So I am that industry, and I was told that nobody would think that without public investment that would happen, but nobody would think that a new company could compete against Lockheed Martin or General Dynamics. But everything is possible. What is not possible is what is not done. So the challenge is to trust our technology, to trust our engineering capabilities. Our country, historically, and the figures say so, we've been able to develop super powerful things. Escribano, and please excuse my arrogance, We have been, sometimes when people wanted to make us think that we are worse because of other companies, because they are very consolidated, because they have sold millions, because they have a huge experience in that. And then you realize that they're not better than you. Actually, they could even be worse. And you can be selected, you can lose. You may lose, but you need to be there. So that challenge makes us being part of those consortia to try and even be the leader and to try and learn, because there's one thing, which is we want to go for a technology and we want to, but we can't be prepotent, we can be arrogant, and that's very important. And we need to learn from what other people have done, but we always need to look at people straight ahead in the face. Yes, we need to look at Europe, and there are thousands of millions of euros waiting there, and we can't miss that opportunity. We can't waste the opportunity. We need to be sufficiently intelligent to use them properly and to channel them to a final product that is interesting. Fernando Mato, Commander, you have the last intervention about this question. I would like to talk about the missile sector, which many people think that in Spain we don't have capabilities. But please allow me to give you an example of the program High Death. This project, at the end of last year, we tried to have a powerful European consortium with Spanish companies that could participate in a project launched by the European Commission, the largest development program launched by the European Commission, with a subsidy of 100 million euros, where SMS created a consortium, 7 Spanish companies, 5 associated to SMS, partners or associates such as etc. And we also talked to 7 countries. And companies just Deal in Germany and Namo in Norway. So we competed, and with independent evaluators, we won. We were awarded 100 million, of which 30.7 will finance the technologies of 7 national Spanish companies to develop and look at the future, to see what technologies will be needed to respond to missile threats for hypersonic missiles. So I think that that's an evidence of the existence of technology capability and potential in Spain. And as many people have said, we should have no complexes about it. Thank you very much. There's a major challenge and a great mission accomplished, really, with those 100 millions from the European Commission. So let's move on to the subject matter now, and let's go to the specifics. Let's talk about technology. Technology as a vector for change. So please define. I think the answer is going to be yes, but is there a technology gap between Spain and Europe, or between the Europe and the rest of the world? I guess the rest of the world, meaning the States and China in some cases.
¿Creéis que son las principales áreas de...
And what are the main areas of knowledge and technology that could cover this gap that you can identify? I mean, maybe you don't identify a gap and we finish the round quite soon. So let's start again with Fernando. Let's start with technologies. In your case, missiles. What technologies do we have and what's missing? Technology gap is a little bit of a relative term, because gap vis-a-vis the US, we have just a big one. And regarding a third world country, we have none. The armed forces will want to have the best systems that allow them to accomplish their missions. But the concept is sufficiently good. regarding the sovereignty and that we need. We want to have state-of-the-art systems that are not ours, or we don't have the autonomy to use them or to give them life cycle support. Like our French neighbors, do they have the best warships, the best combat aircrafts, tanks and missiles? I don't know. But they are theirs, and they have full sovereignty about them. And to use them as they want, and that's an important point. Technology gaps. Let's go back to the concept.
En el sector de los misiles, pues pocos tenemos.
Maybe in social media.
Estamos trabajando juntos y estamos intentando.
We are working together, and through PERTES, we are trying to get financing to promote them. And one of them is solid propulsion in Spain. This has not been mastered yet, but I guess it's easy because of our industry, and we can promote that line. And that would help us cover the gaps in missile systems. And when I mean systems, it's many different elements, and it's not just the missile itself. Thank you very much, Fernando. Let me reformulate the question. What about hypersonic missiles and, like in Russia, that is advertising a 5, 6, 7 Mach hypersonic missile? I think there are countries, they advertise it, other countries do have it, and it's a threat. That's why the European Union has launched the program to respond to that threat. That threat will need interceptor, that the study will define what type of interceptors we need. But try to use with a traditional missile, we can't intercept a missile that is coming at 7 Mach with a violent hypersonic trajectory. That's difficult. So we have 7 companies working on it. So that's a challenge we have, and the success we are achieving, and we need to feel really proud. Thank you, Fernando. Now to Fernández. At Escribano, how do you see this topic of technological gap and the technological positioning in Spain and Europe and the rest of the world, and what areas of knowledge and technology we should cover to close these gaps? And the funds, I'm sure, can help us a lot, right? Yeah, we can look from bird's eye or in detail. Let me do the general. We have gaps. They exist. I think France is a good example. What Fernando said, we need to cover all the areas that are involved in a conflict. That's very good. And we need to think about what's missing. This is not very PC, but in Escribano, we integrate a 30mm tower, and the cannon cannot be European, not even Spanish. And we're talking about a cannon. We're not talking about a rocket or a supersonic missile. So we have gaps and needs. Ammunition. We don't have rockets. We don't have missiles. One of the things we need to be aware of is that we've all been trained in the last decade to do prospective studies. And that shows that when we thought that the Cold War was over, we went into urban warfare with asymmetrical conflicts, then anti-terrorist threats, and then conventional warfare was not going to happen anymore. Now we have Ukraine, and that shows us the tanks are still there, but they are as important as if we have hypersonic missiles, then you have anti-tank missiles. They are important as well. So if tomorrow in Spain, what we would have, if it was only about Spain, what we would have, if it was only about Europe, what we would have. So as for what we are concerned. I think we need to think for arm system or weapon system. We've talked about laser cannons, and we need to cover certain points in the world. Targeted ammunition, that is something that Spain needs to do. Other countries are doing it. And we talked about it, targeting a mortar. It cost 500 euros the unit, so, and it doesn't make any sense. So, but today, avoiding collateral damage is such a high cost that this $500 per shoot makes no sense. As for specifics, the more technological side of things, I think we are very dependent on electronic components, both in Spain and Europe. And even though we have flexibility and even though we can move from here to there, there are certain things that we don't know about. And if this chip is manufactured by this company and they have a 12-month delivery or 100,000 euros, something that used to be 1,000 euros, and you're not independent anymore. So I think that at the low end, everything that is development of electronic components is something that we should go for. Electronic chips. You know that there is a specific PERTE for chips as an opportunity to have foundries in Spain so that we can manufacture them. It doesn't seem easy. It's very difficult. There are very few countries in the world without foundries, and we don't want to be one of them. So, Cristina, talk to us about where you are, what gaps you see between your capacities and Europe's capacities. We know you're fine, because otherwise you wouldn't be awarded a competition with the Brits. And where are we with the rest of the world regarding, for example, the States? Technological comparisons is only about comparing technology, right? Where you need to be higher, superior is with your threats, not with your allies. You don't have to be, I don't want to be stronger than the States, but you just need to benchmark yourself, right? You can't aspire to be the States, but it's good to have a benchmark. I like something that Fernando said in answer to your question, which is we have to have more sovereignty with the weapons and with the sensors. Because if we compare to the States, as regarding the natural activity of Navantia Sistemas, as I said earlier, as integrator, we are at the appropriate level and we don't have a gap there. But it's important that we need to be able to integrate national weapons and sensors. We always have to go for Lockheed Martin's sonar or Thales sonar or foreign weapons. So I fully agree with Fernando. And if we go to specific technologies that I think are missing, that I think we should develop more. We haven't talked about unmanned vehicles, and I think it's important to go for that. All types of vehicles for all types of missions. It is also very important to talk about data engineering. We talked about artificial intelligence, which is key. But we need to do data engineering. To do that, we need data, and we need to closely collaborate with the armed forces to do that. And I think this is vital and a topic on which we need to work. Thank you, Cristina. I think it's great. So now, once again, last but certainly not least, Victor, talk to us about your opinion on this matter. I think you already mentioned it in your previous intervention, but let's get down to details. Specific technologies, if you can, please. That'd be great.
And really following with regards to what you said regarding public bids, I don't know a lot about certain things in cyberspace, but what I do understand about is that I don't think we have a technological gap. We can be compared with the United States and Europe with regards to armored vehicles. And we can compete and we can win technically, and with a lot of the components being national. The Dragon and Castor armored vehicles can compete. I do agree with Fernando in that there are certain areas where not all of the systems are national yet. I don't think that there are very many platforms that are 100% manufactured in one country. And so perhaps it's a bit too complex to get to that 100%. And I think we would benefit from organizing and prioritizing the capacities we want to focus on. We need to carry on working to save this gap. And it's taken us 30 years to get where we are. And losing our position would be very easy. So in Santa Barbara and in armored vehicles, since I've been in the company, we have had to bring back a tanker often. And artillery was kind of in the back burner, and then all of a sudden it's in the forefront. What do we have to do to be prepared? We have to be able to work in open architectures and cover the new threats so that we can integrate all of these technologies of AI. The platforms that we use today, those used 30 years ago as well, are not prepared to receive many of the aspects that we have discussed here, but at the same time be able to combat in a war of equals, because we have the technology. The other challenge is the asymmetric threats, having a very sophisticated vehicle that can face IED threats which risk the security of our armed forces. We have complied with the anti-mining threats. Yet now we have to face another asymmetric situation, which is the low-cost drones. We were constantly looking to the ground, and now we need to look up to the sky to these cheap drones, like I said. So what we have developed so far remains, but we have to collaborate with our partners in order to ensure that our systems not be vulnerable. So we have to focus in this. Victor, thank you very much. We have covered a lot of ground with regards to the technologies, and we have spoken about the key topics. For instance, the more complex a system is, it's not possible to make it 100% nationally. It shouldn't even be our objective. And I have an example from a long time ago. The 212 Gaza, when I was a young engineer, it was a Spanish transport airplane, and I asked what percentage of the pieces that composed this airplane were Spanish. 30%, and we didn't doubt that it was a Spanish airplane. So what's essential is to understand from that 30% which of the systems and equipment is key, which allow you to maintain your technological independence. And there are other things that we might have to buy abroad. With regards to sensors, there are very consolidated companies that have been selling sensors for a long time, and it's very difficult to compete with them. So I would like to now move on to the next question. I wanted to understand your opinion regarding, and going back to Spain, the perspectives of your companies with regards to the increase of the Ministry of Defense budgets for the defense industry. and the ambitious plan to reach the 2% of the GDP investment for defense, which basically means double what we currently have. And as always, I'm going to start by you, and then we go backwards. Victor, you have the floor. Thank you very much. The perspectives are positive, naturally. And to talk about to focus on my book and reinforcing the words of my general director, we launched our Dragon program a few years ago together with our partners Escribano, Indra and Zapa. It's a structuring element of the industry. It's a vehicle that responds to needs of the army that is really dates back decades. But there are other examples. We're talking about future technologies. However, we have to analyze which materials we have that has overrun its useful life. We have to replace the M113 family vehicles that are more than 40 years old. This could be one of the examples with a solution, which is the replacement of the sprockets vehicles, which will allow to vertebrate the Spanish industry. And we would be an example for other countries that need to replace these armored vehicles. I think there are many areas, this is one of them, to which we can add and we can consolidate the pillars. Let's have, therefore, our attention placed on platforms, systems, AI, and big data. Thank you very much. Victor, Cristina, please. What is your opinion regarding this increasing funds devoted to defense? Before we spoke about challenge and opportunity, I think this is a great opportunity. And I speak on behalf of Navantia. We have been investing a long time in innovation and technology. We created the Digital Transformation Department a few years ago. We have invested in the cloud computing and unmanned vehicles, AI. So this support of our industry is a great opportunity. It really brings a smile to our faces. A challenge that is not so technological, I think really we can face anything because we're intellectually prepared. Yesterday, someone spoke about bottlenecks, and I think this is going to be a reality. The industry is going to have a higher workload, which is welcome. However, we're going to need resources in terms of human resources, raw materials resources, and the lack of human resources that we are going through every day is really going to be very determining. So it's going to be absolutely essential that we be able to manage that human resources risk. And going back to what I said at the beginning, we have to collaborate a lot. We have to support each other, and we have to rely on the auxiliary and collaborating partners so that we can face this challenge. Thank you, Cristina. Fernández. Please, short intervention. First of all, a thought with regards to the budget. I think we have a double opportunity here, because aside from this increase in defense budget, there is a change. So not only are we going to have more money, but there is a better understanding of why we should invest in defense in society. And it's an opportunity we should really take advantage of, because people need to understand that defense is what makes their society what it is. I think we should all take advantage of it. because it's essential that people understand that the budget for defense needs to be increased every year for this very reason. For us, it's important that we continue being leaders in creating good products, competitive products. And in Escribano, we have invested in towers, and actually we believe we have the best tower in the market, from a small caliber to 30 caliber. So these are the challenges that we must face. Be the best at what we do. I said it before and I reiterated. Escribano, together with other partners and the administration, really is a good example of the path to follow. What Victor stated, really, we need to reinforce the renovation of land armored vehicles and spokes. So not only can we do this, but we should do this, and everyone outside our borders also has to renew all of these land armored vehicles, so we could maybe create a system that could be sold abroad. Thank you, Fernando. And our last speaker, Fernando Mato, please share with us your perspective for the next 7 years. I would like to add two things that were also mentioned yesterday. The increase of the budget, which is very positive, especially for the armed forces and the capacities they require. But the first thing I want to highlight, and was mentioned, that the fact that there is an increase in budgets doesn't mean that we change our priorities. They are collected in the objective of military capacities. And what we can do with more funding is decrease the period of time that we need to achieve them. And another really important element is that this increase in budget needs to allow for an investment in budget, not an expense in defense. So we must decide how we invest this money so Spain can foster the having of these capacities that will allow us these industrial, national, sovereign capabilities in critical sectors like the ones we are discussing here, so that the increase in budget doesn't equate to an expense to go and buy outside of our borders what we need, but to create capacity. Thank you very much, Fernando. We are drawing to a close now. I'd like to thank you all. Fernando Mato, Director of Systems, Fernando Fernández, Director of Technology and Engineering and Innovation in Escribano, Cristina Abad, Systems Director in Navantia, and Victor López, Business Development Director of GDELS Santa Barbara Systems. I think it's been a very fruitful debate, and we have hopefully got to the bottom of the Spanish industry and the defense issues that we were talking about. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to those watching via streaming. Please, a round of applause for the panel. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you very much to the panel. And we are keeping to time, so that is wonderful. We're talking about two sectors that are very global, defense and space. We're analyzing national and national perspectives. And it's also important to focus now on our regional perspective. We're celebrating this summit in Seville and Andalucía, and we wanted to provide some time for the president and to the chairman of Aerospace Industry Commission, CEA, and chairman of Andalucía Aerospace Business Cluster, and co-founder and CEO of AirTech Solutions. So we welcome Antonio Gómez-Guillamón to the stage. Thank you very much.
Para nosotros, el cielo no es el límite.
For us, the sky is not the limit. The sky is the beginning. Our history is that of pioneers, of those who looked up to the sky, of a small place in this world where the need to fly became a reality. Our history does not stop, yet continues stronger than ever, because Andalucía is an added value and a reference center for aeronautical industry. Located in a strategic place within the European Union, we are the key within an extensive value chain. We are in the avant-garde, and we are efficient within the aerospace system. We have the resources, the talent, and the experience to produce fully an airplane with the highest standards and certifications. We have R&D centers that allow us to be at the forefront of technical innovation. Thus, we have a consolidated industry that allow us to be at spearheading with regards to aerospace. So our cluster, Andalucía Aerospace, founded in 2017, we participate within a very broad network like Díez and European Aerospace Cluster Partnership, among others. Our associated businesses are highly skilled in aerostructures analysis, engineering, consulting, machines, materials, components, electronic systems, labs, space, unmanned air vehicles, and many others. So our clusters is very self-sufficient and able to create aerospace elements from beginning to end. We want to stimulate the technological development of our sector and train our professionals, and we want to be able to face the challenges of the future. So we hope to grow constantly and be more international, more innovative, more diverse, more sustainable, and we believe in the future. Let's create it together.
Buenos días a todos.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank the committee for choosing Civil Andalucía for this forum. We know that it's the third edition, yet it's the first one in which we have focused more specifically in space and defense. And in Andalucía, we have a lot to say with regards to these two issues. From a European and national point of view, I would like to state what Andalucía brings to the table with regards to these two industries. I'm going to start talking about space to position Andalucía with regards to space. There's about 130 entities that work in the aerospace sector. We represent 5% of the national representation. And in the aerospace industry, we make up 25%, and we have high potential of growth. When we talk about the aerospace and aeronautical sector, we're predominantly focused on the military airplanes. So if there is a difference between aeronautics and space, and if there is a know-how that differentiates them, then the military sector definitely allows us to veer towards space. So the adaptation of aeronautical companies, of Air Force military vehicles and airplanes is here. There's 70 research groups pertaining to universities regarding space. And I've come from Malaga. There are research groups in many cities. I wanted to perhaps point out the research group and the lab of UMA, University of Malaga, in spatial robotics. They are collaborating with some companies regarding rovers for missions on Mars, and ESLab, the Lab of Chemistry and Materials in Malaga, directed by the Professor Javier Lasegna, where we have a reproduction of the Martian atmosphere and we work every day on the Perseverance project, something that is not known or widely known, but is something that we are working on here in Andalucía. I also want to highlight that this infrastructure exists so that many of the companies, space companies that need to certify or test the functioning of certain systems or equipment for Mars, then you know now that we have a testing space infrastructure here. From the point of view of companies, the first reference company that we have in space here is Airbus Defence and Space. That is very well settled here. We also have another broad array of companies like Alta, which is a traditional company that has been working regarding space, and other companies that are positioned within the new space DHV Technology Solar Means Integracies Open Cosmos, who have recently come to Andalucía thanks to an Andalusian bid in order to develop and launch and operation of a nanosatellite. On top of these companies, there are more than 30 that collaborate in the space industry. And we also now, on the other hand, have the public perspective and that of the administration and the PPPs. We had the opportunity to listen to the mayor yesterday. There's a lot of activity and a lot of effort being put into Andalucía being a reference sector for summits like these, like the one of today, and conferences where people can come together to talk about space. We know that the Space Week here in Seville has a very packed agenda for a week. We have the Space Forum. In March, we will have the second Congress, Andalusian Congress on Space, and the public-private initiative. Probably all of you have the Small Satellite International Forum in your agenda, launched by the DHV company, and it's a really important meeting point of new space companies, and is now beginning to have institutional participation. In Marbella, every year in September, we have the SUTUS program specialized in space tourism with very interesting participants, and it's a very interesting event. We have decided upon 3 objectives to develop this industrial fabric, because with regards to the aerospace industry nationally, we could have more presence. Thus, this industrial fabric should grow and be able to reach a much more consolidated position. We are going to strengthen, and we already have work designed for it. We're going to foster research and science in the aerospace realm, and we are going to continue to be more prominent within the sector. The mayor yesterday presented the proposal of the bid for Seville to be the city that hosts and is the headquarters of the Spanish Space Agency, and we hope that this will be the case. From the point of view of companies and industry, here from the Andalusian regional government, we approved the Andalusian aerospace strategy 2021 to 27, and we have strategic plans and measures to develop the space segment. From the Andalucía Aerospace Cluster, we have created a space commission so that we can have it can be the engine for the generation of initiatives. The first launched one is one that will allow us to Andalusat, which will allow us to push forth the sector. It's the launching of a satellite which has been financed by the administrations. There's another initiative by a group of private companies that got in touch with the universities. Project Alpha, probably both of them are going to work together, and we, of course, the one that won the Open Cosmos, the launching of a nano satellite from the Agapa agency that manages fishing and agriculture in Andalucía, and they have a need, and we will see this technology launch soon. With regards to the research groups and science groups in aerospace, we're going to work harder to coordinate what is being done in terms of research, and hopefully we shall see how we can support INTA within its experimental development center in Andalucía. And we believe that it'll that El Arenosillo will have its space mission reinstated. The Miura PLD will be launched from there. And our hope is that from that moment on, El Arenosillo will continue to have more activity. With regards to defense, it was mentioned previously, Andalucía has a unique characteristic, and it's the fact that we have the three most important land, air, and sea biggest companies in the industry. Santa Bárbara, the ones here in Seville, and of course Airbus Defence and Space in San Pablo and Arenosillo. These companies, together with their value chain, support a value chain supported by 300 companies, and their turnover is 3.5 billion. And aside from these, there are companies that are specifically developing technology for defense that have lots of know-how, that even have products, and that are working from here to support General Atomics and Raytheon. They are clients of these specialized companies in defense and space here in Andalucía. And to say but a few concrete examples here in Andalucía, and perhaps you don't know this, the AirPass system that is being developed and it is constantly in operation in the army environment is developed and evolves from here in Andalucía. Yesterday, we listened to Raúl Blanco, Secretary of Industry. He was mentioning this second tier of niche champions that were working in the AirPass fixed wing environment. So we really need to continue building on our capacities for the army, for the missiles, the light AirPass fixed wing systems, 120 kilograms maximum to take off, so that all of these airspace systems can have their own micro missiles. Going back to the AirPass, I would like to raise the fact that the positioning that we have in our past, together with the Herenosillo launching area and the entry into operation the Theos, a flight area with all of the installation needed for unmanned flight vehicles, which is also linked to Herenosillo, so that we can make use of all of the airspace in all this area. In 2024, we shall have the infrastructure, which will be a reference for the market and for Europe, and that comes at the right time to be able to have the test flights and certification of the most important systems of the unmanned flying aircrafts. And the Eurodrone Sidertia doesn't have a calendar yet, but it will do. And hopefully we will know more about this new program. And of course, the remote carriers of FCARs. It's long term, but this is also very useful for them. And so that those can really help in this. So you can see that from Andalucía, the environment where we are meeting today, together with the capacities that we have today and with our perspectives of the future, we really think we are the best place for summits like these to be hosted, because everyone that wants to talk about space and defense is welcome here, and also will allow us to play an important national and European place with regards to these programs. So thank you very much.
Gracias. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Antonio Gómez-Guillamón.
Thank you very much, Antonio Gómez-Guillamón, CEO of Artec Solutions, President of the cluster in Andalucía, Andalucía Aeroespacial, for a regional overview, which is also very relevant. Of course, I have a bias there. I am Andalusian, but it's important. I mean, yeah, I did talk about football teams from a local city. I could talk about Málaga Football Club.
No, va por ahí. Cada uno tiene sus...
So, yeah, everybody have their own hobbies. We are going to talk about the president of the Commission of the Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation from the House of Parliament in Spain, Celso Luis Delgado. Good afternoon. I want to thank the organizers for having invited me to take part in this event on space defense and industry, aimed at promoting the role of Spanish industry in the international arena and to promote industrial and technological innovation in Spain. The previous speakers talked about defense as a guarantor of collective security in democracies, the capacity for the European industry for security, defense, and space. They talked about innovation in research, technological investment, cybersecurity, and the commitment of industry in Spain on defense. So I am going to talk about the consensus on a state policy on space, security, and defense. As the MP, President of the Committee for Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation of the House of Parliament, with 37 MPs of the 10 political groups that make up our plural bench. So they are in charge of controlling and promoting the executive power and issuing legislation. And regarding the topics that we are discussing in your meeting, there are other committees at this chamber, such as the Committee on Defense and the Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. As we see very often, there are initiatives that deal with your issues. On the 22nd of March this year, the Defense Committee approved an initiative of the Mixed Parliamentary Group, a PNL presented from the Asturias Party, which was approved almost unanimously in the committee. Decisions were made, such as asking the government to promote the defense, security, and space industry so that during this term we could increase their contribution to the Spanish GDP so that we could come close to other countries regarding investment. We also agreed to stimulate PPP to generate a multiplying effect of the potential power of the industry. They asked the government to leverage the European Union tools in the European Defence Fund to promote employment in the defence industry and to favor the professional development with specialized training on cybersecurity. And we did it this year when the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has entailed that many European citizens and politicians share the view that it is not only necessary but urgent that the EU supports the development of technological and industrial capabilities on defense to respond to these security challenges and to promote a European defense of industry that is both competitive, innovative, and efficient. There are many European decisions issued this year, such as, for example, the Declaration of Versailles from the month of March. The heads of state and government of the European Union subscribed a declaration to support a stronger union in security and defense, because that will contribute to the transatlantic security, to the world security, and it will help NATO, that is the pillar of collective defense of their members. The EU countries have agreed to increase defense expenditure, devoting an important part to investment, but especially to cover the strategic gaps we have detected. Also, to create greater incentives for collaborative investment of member states in joint programs, or to promote the synergies between research and civilian innovation, and to invest in critical technologies and emerging technologies, and to create measures to strengthen our defense industry, as well as SMEs, taking into account that we need to be protected in the light of the so-called hybrid war, enforcing our cyber resilience, protecting our infrastructure, fighting misinformation. At the end of the day, a whole set of agreements that are more relevant than ever in the current economic international context. I would like to share some messages that I know are of your interest. At the Spanish House of Parliament, in a generalized manner, we believe in the need to promote private and public collaboration. And the mechanisms to attain it are to promote the creation of a forum between both parties, and to support the internationalization of the industrial and technological base of our defense. We are very much aware of the evolution and growth of the Spanish defense industry and their role in the development of technologies and high-quality jobs, and to contribute to the growth of our economy, as well as the importance that has for the international and European programs. Citizens today, when we talk about space industries, we're not only thinking about rockets to the moon or Mars, but what we see in doing our industries is applied to communications, farming, transport, disaster prevention, control of climate change. And it is we're absolutely proud to be able to say that we have satellite operators, first-class companies doing satellite integration, and high-level suppliers for many subsystems. We also celebrate the creation of Spanish Space Agency, which we hope can articulate efforts and mobilize budget and develop international programs, and also to maximize the participation and use of the capacities of our companies and their coordination with the European Space Agency, which is the main driving force of our industry, where the Spanish participation should increase with the European Union programs such as Galileo, Copernicus, etc. Another topic of interest for you is the public budget and the financing of these sectors. As you know, we currently in the House of Parliament are processing the national budget for 2023. The item on defense entails this year up to 1.2% of the GDP. The goal is to reach an investment of 2% in year 2029, which is a positive increase, not shared by all political groups, but by most of them. And this idea that we need to have budget stability, I think, is supported because international programs, European programs, the development of technologies need years to do that, and it would make no sense that each change in government of the legislative power means that there are substantial changes. So we believe it makes sense, that what you are asking for makes sense, that the investment in this industry is stable in time and that there are follow-up mechanisms for this investment. There is no doubt that the Spanish industry is truly strategic and that it has a clear export dimension. But we have also received complaints that in Spain we need to make a bigger effort to support our industries. We definitely are listening and take note of your message. We should also provide a legislation that sets financing criteria on defense. I would like to talk about the recent approval of the aerospace PERTE, which we believe this strategic plan for economic recovery and transformation is key for this industry, as it has happened to other PERTEs or strategic plans for economic recovery and transformation. We warn you that it's absolutely key to develop a good management and implementation. So it's not just to do a tender, but also to manage the programs properly. The goal is to mobilize between 2021 and 2025 4,523 million, of which 193 would come from the private sector. So we are talking about very high figures to develop the three pillars: the aerospace, the space, and the transversal pillar. The key idea of the presentation you've asked me to do, which is a reflection on the consensus and planning of these policies, is that yes, we agree that we need to work to find spaces for understanding between the political groups. To stop having political discussion about it and to give it at the European level more stability. I think the reality we live in has made us think that we are very weak and that if we are not united in these topics, and that the more we join forces, the better we will do. And I would like to finish by talking about something which I think is a reality. So it's not just the support from the public sector, from the central authorities and their state organs, but I also want to highlight the role played by regional governments in their realm of their competencies in the aerospace industry and also defense. Some regional governments, such as mine, which is Galicia, a few years ago did not have such an industry, but today we have the Galician Aerospace Pole, and on the 11th of November, they welcomed 3 partners, Airbus, Blanco, and Telespacio, as strategic partners to mobilize up to 300 million euros in 40 projects that will define the sector in the future. This pole is very much focused in unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, and also in this forum, so I want to really acknowledge the big effort of Andalucía Aerospace and the support that the regional government gives to this turnover and this occupation of 15,000 jobs in this cluster, and also the Aerospace Pole of Madrid and the Autonomous Community of Aragon with the Aerospace Cluster, or Valencia or País Vasco. At the end of the day, I mean, I could give you a long list of regional governments which are already working in this field and which are part of the national scene with key players. I would like to finish by saying that the aerospace industry in Spain exists, that it is important, that it needs our utmost attention, and I encourage you to consider that the House of Parliament is an institution that is very interested in listening to you, to your opinions, receiving your ideas, your complaints, your proposals. I'm convinced that we will be able to be receptive. That's why I asked the organizers, whom I thank them again for inviting me. So I would like to kindly ask them to send us the conclusions of this event to the Parliament, which we will certainly distribute to all MPs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the President of the Committee of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformation of the House of Parliament. And we are going to go to the last stretch of our summit. We've talked about opportunities and challenges. We managed not to get into any trouble. We were self-critical about lack of budget, lack of consensus on certain matters, which we always think needs to be listened. And the last part is self-critical, and it's the incorporation of women's view in defense, space, and technological development. We will have a roundtable with 3 women, but the first thing is a message from the Secretary General of INTA, the National Institute of Aerospace Technique. She is a Major General of the Army. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Reality Tutencano for having invited me to give visibility to military engineering. Currently, due to unwanted circumstances, we have seen the importance of defense and security. When expenditure in this sector is increasing, I wanted to highlight the importance of an appropriate management of knowledge. It is obvious that greater technological development depends on knowledge, technical knowledge, and that currently there is what we call talent deficit, lack of professionals in STEM degrees. This gap is a clear problem in science and engineering. We don't have experts to design the future. And this seems to be more serious than in Spain than in the rest of Europe. Only 27.7% of the university graduates compared to 28% in Europe. According to the OECD, we have 5 percentage points underneath Europe when university needs these people the most. So this degree guarantees a stable job and a professional career. But technical graduates have declined a lot at the moment that we need these professionals the most. Between the 70 and 2015, computers have destroyed 3.5 million jobs in the States. However, they have contributed to the creation of 20 million. 85% of jobs in 2030 have not been invented yet. Engineers start the studies with good marks, but they don't keep them as good when they graduate, and they finish longer. If they graduate, because sometimes they're a dropout, there is an important percentage of dropout, or they take a long time to finish their courses. 23% drop out in the first year, and graduates have an average of 6.3 compared to 7.22, which is general. Computer science, 30% of registration compared to the 80s, in the 80s, and now we have only 12%. At the end of the day, the decline of technical degrees in Spain is a real fact. And this mismatch between the offer between graduates and the needs increases. Universities, companies, and HR consultants warn that if we don't have the talent, we can jeopardize the economic consolidation and technological development of our country. Data forecast that we will need 2 million workers missing that we don't have qualified jobs. But the demand of ICT profiles has increased 40% and is far from being covered. The young people that we need tomorrow are not being trained today. The European Commission says that the digitalization of the industry can give us more than 300 million euros a year, but our youth don't want to be engineers. They don't want to be mathematicians. We can't miss the train of technological development because that involves not only design, but also production, maintenance, and refurbishment, and also the creation. Accumulated decline in registrations at university has been very high in the last 10 years, according to Spanish official data. And I think we are guilty for that. Both the authorities, the companies, the universities, we have not been interconnected. In 2015, 700,000 engineers were needed in Spain, and in Spain we don't cover the ICT professionals that we need. Many years ago, the General Electric president said that for the development of a country is measured by the number of engineers it produces. And we need them for our industry. The reasons for this crisis are several. The pressure, the academic pressure is very high, and many people don't consider engineering because it's very demanding for the type of job and salary they get. There is also a confusion. The deputy president of the Professional Association of Engineers says that there is confusion in the European Bologna academic system. In the past, the state created the degrees, and everybody identified the name of the degree with a profession, but now that's not the case. The names come from the university. And in his opinion, there are many degrees with different names, which create confusion, and people don't really know what they are studying. And on the other hand, it's very important that we don't tell the youth that technological degrees contribute to social well-being. Additionally, there are no role models. Young people don't know who Perales, Quevedo, Juan de la Cierva were. I want to highlight some information for this debate.
Los países con mayor número de ingenieros en el 2000.
The countries with more engineers in 2016 were China and India, way above the third country, states. Then we had Iran, Indonesia, Japan. And are we losing the technological development? Russia in 2016 was the fourth country with engineer graduates. And now it's the third country. Ukraine is in the 7th position regarding number of engineers. Is this relevant in security and defense? The UK and Germany are 38% of scientists and engineers of the European Union, when they only have 30% of the European population. So how can we interpret all these figures? At the end of the day, technology is key for the development of society and is the area that demands the highest number of qualified jobs, more salaries, low levels of informal sector, highest employability. The lack of engineers in a country affects economic security, increases the insertion gap. And we shouldn't forget the social dimension. Our youth don't access the fora where the world is designed. They are away from the decision-making tables. That is why I think the decision-making management is one of our pending subjects for technological development.
Muchas gracias a la.
Thank you very much, Secretary General of INTA, Major General Patricia Ortega, for this presentation. She was talking about youth. However, our roundtable is now going to be more on the young women, because that's the subject of this dialogue. That will be chaired by my dear colleague and Chief Editor of El País Andalucía, Eva Saiz. Let's give her a round of applause.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this last roundtable, which I think is going to be very important to develop many of the ideas that Major General of the Spanish Army and Secretary General of National Institute of Aerospace Technology, Patricia Ortega, has spoken about. She hasn't spoken about women. So what's your opinion about that? There are a few of us, and I think it's best if we carry out a dialogue. I introduced the panel. Teresa Gabazón, she is General Manager for Defense and National Security Market for Escribano. She's got an engineering degree by the Polytechnic University of Madrid. She's got an MBA by EI. She has worked in the defense sector and in the train sector. And before she joined Escribano, from 2012 to 2016, she was defense project manager in Europa Avia, Spain. We have Mariela Graziano. She's Executive Director of Strategy and Business Development for Science, Exploration and Transport, GMV, a company that she joined in 1999. She's an engineer by the University of Rome. She started working in Tedo, and in 1996 she went to the Netherlands to work with the European Space Agency. She is part of many international associations, and from 2022 she is part of the steering committee Women in Aerospace, and she participates actively in different programs to foster feminine participation. I have, of course, summarized your CVs, but I wanted to use our time to refer to the title of this roundtable. When do you think the time will come that you will join a roundtable to talk about something other than the role of women and what the role they play in defense environments? When will you speak about what you bring to the table? Because really, the feminine presence is something extraordinary still in these forums. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizing committee for allowing me to be here, and also for the organization of the forum itself, for bearing in mind the space and defense industry because we are a reference regarding the innovation and technology levels, essential for the time that we live in. I think this roundtable, sadly, should not exist because the role that women play in the defense and space industry really is evident, and we should have been part of all the other roundtables where we talk about innovation and technology. It is something that is not highlighted in other sectors, and thus should not continue to be highlighted in defense and space. However, it is true that female presence in these sectors has not been as relevant or as ample. However, these sectors have been rather unknown in our country. However, this is a sad endeavor again because we are reference in technology, innovation, and we talk a lot about the technologies of Ws and the need of protection and preservation of our lifestyle, and that is only possible by creating and innovating. So I think we should start there. I'm completely in agreement. It is true that I am part of many activities carried out by STEM. On Friday, for instance, I sculpt. So I think it's important to add art as well to engineering because engineers have also got an artistic side to us. We are very creative. When people ask me why I studied engineering, it's because the reason why is because I wanted to understand how things work. I was the girl that was looking for my I had a screwdriver and I tried to find the person inside the TV. My mother caught me one day trying to understand it by flipping channels. I wanted to know how actors can change dress so quickly. So I think really, in essence, it is a problem to continue stating that there is a difference between men and women in this industry. And as the General did, I'd rather we talk about talent in general, as opposed to female or male talent. There are very real needs for talent in our industry. The need does not only stop in the space and defense industry, but in general, we have our problem with our youth. One, there's very few of it. Two, the generational gap beforehand was 10 years. Now it really is 1.5 years because now you see the difference between a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old. And the difference is incredible. My children, one of them is going to be an engineer and the other one wants to be a water firefighter. Something from my point of view that is very important is inclusion. I believe in personal freedoms. People should do what they like. However, in the world of space and defense, which I know a little less of, we should do more work on inclusion so that the race diversity be an asset, not a problem. Sometimes you go into a company and they ask you to do some training, and there are courses where they ask you to do several things at the same time, and it's women teaching them because men are not asked to do two things at the same time. So we must stop making these differences something important between men and women because really they don't add much. We're going to talk about it a little later, the importance of diversity. So the number of people in the aerospace and defense sector, it's 23%, according to the DEDA, the Aeronautics Association, among other things. What does this number evoke in you? Does it present evidently the lack of women in the sector, or is it a consequence of the fact that first women couldn't study, that women couldn't study these technical degrees? So is this normal for the current context of Spain? I think the number is a fact and is true, yet we must normalize it. When I started studying, I think there were 2 or 3 women studying engineering. When I finished, there were 10, and I think currently there is a higher number of women in certain aeronautical engineering degrees than men. So in this forum and in CEO positions, most of them have been men because we haven't got to this point yet. It's a natural flow of things given how things were. But I believe that in 10 years we will not be speaking about this any longer because it'll be absolutely normal to be for this to be equated, because we will speak about experience and talent. With regard to your question of numbers, this tendency is changing. Previously, we spoke about how companies are changing and they are becoming more modern. And the defense sector, the growth is incredible in terms of technology and innovation. And how quickly things become obsolete from one year to the next is also quite surprising. In our company, we are pioneers in the defense sphere, creating innovation and technology. We have 40% of women employed in our company, and it's not the norm in the sector, but it is a representation of what is happening in technology and in engineering. In our company, we are close to 40%, the number of people employed. As I said, my son that started studying engineering, and he said that in aeronautics there were 3 women, but industrial design there were more women. And he's interested in women for other reasons rather than whether they do engineering. But anyway, within GMV there are very many women. There is a difference in the expertise areas. I have been the manager of a flight side. There is lots of women in robotics, which shocks the European Space Agency. In the observation of the Earth department, there is more women than men. And there are other sectors where there is male or more predominant. And I really don't know why, but really for me what is important is that there be diversity and that we take advantage of it. And we have to carry on working in this direction so that it no longer is weird to have women carry out certain jobs. Before Teresa, you were saying that the situation was changing within faculties, and as your son said, in many specialties and many branches of engineering, there are less women. And now going back to numbers, although with regards to university studies, 56% of women make up the amount of university studies. In engineering degrees, this decreases to 26%. Do you think that that is due to the generational gap in the STEAM areas, or do you think that, as General Ortega said, that this is linked to the fact that engineering is key to many, many things and for many industries, but this has not been understood. I think is very linked to the image that we provide of what we do. Because in my discussions with young people, I bring to light that really engineering is about using your brain to solve problems and to use creativity. So it's not boring. And of course, sometimes things are boring because there is a component of having to do the same thing. But I think basically the issue is that we're not transmitting things clearly and our messages are not clear. And they're constantly highlighting certain elements. Because many a times we say that it's not possible for women to do this. One of the things that we as the older generation must do is not put doubts in people's heads. Do what you have a vocation for. And that things require effort. They require finding your balance. Everybody has their own. And you have to juggle things. And again, everyone juggles and finds their balance in their priorities that they want to have in their lives. This is very complex. Yet, not introducing doubt in youth's minds is very important, because once you manipulate things and when you introduce doubts, then people are scared and they don't follow. Because if we continue to say, if you're a woman, you won't get too far, if you are a woman, you can't do this, yet we really have to change and say, if you're a woman, you can do it as well as women. If you do what you need to do, you will get wherever you want, and so on. I was the only woman in my faculty between 300 men. So really, it seems like, of course, it was a fight, but there's a fight in everything. I want to focus on talent and not so much on gender. Victor from Santa Barbara and Fernández from Escribano were talking about the fact that when you speak Europe and challenge, these two are linked. Fernando said something about complexes. And I think it's important because in Spain, for a long time, we have thought that foreign technology was better and that we couldn't compete outside. I think we must believe in ourselves and create opportunities, because the biggest companies here are defense companies, and we export a lot. Even though we have national presence in Escribano, for instance, we export 90%. When we sell complex defense systems internationally, it says that at least your systems are at least as good as your competition. And it also says that the engineers that have designed this are at least as good as the engineers in other countries. Though where we are lacking and we can't compete is at opportunity level. Talent retention is important, yet we have to create it, we have to train it, we have to sustain it, and we must keep it. And how do we create opportunities? By having enough budget, which we now have. It's our responsibility to foster industry and technology within the defense sector and bring it closer to the youth and provide these opportunities to them so that the defense and space industry in Spain can have international repercussion, and that perhaps that Israeli, American or German engineers want to come to the Spanish companies because we are producing avant-garde technology. And if I'm allowed, I'm Italian and I'm a mother of Spanish children, and I really have a lot of warmth for this country. Many a times, even parents transmit to our children that they have to go abroad. And I don't think it's a good idea to educate our children to go abroad. If you want to go abroad, of course you may, but you shouldn't raise your children with the idea that they need to leave. And in terms of education, it's important to understand the expense and the investment. Educating people is an investment, and if we continue educating for them to leave, it's going to be an expense. So we need to be really careful. We must invest in the education of our children, and we must take advantage of these investments and keep this talent in our country, because it is an investment. It is very clear that in countries where the well-being state is going to improve are those who have critical infrastructure and higher technological capacity. And this requires specific type of a profile of person. In a conference, a high commander of the European Commission, they were saying that for 2030 we will need 20 million of technical minds in Europe. We can't build anything without these technical minds. 20 million technicians will be needed by 2030 in very few years. The general said that we needed 2 million in Spain. And it's perhaps that lack of us transmitting the capacity that Spain has for fulfilling those vocations and that interest. And as the general was saying and you're highlighting, if you study engineering, you must leave the country, and parents perhaps say, oh, do something simpler. Perhaps we should present references and close the gap between men and women, of course, but the gap also, so that people can be happy with studying these sorts of degrees. So perhaps in degrees, aside from being something difficult, is it possible that we present all of these capabilities and all of these possibilities that space and defense bring to the table? How do you think education has to change so that we can attract talent and vocation? We always talk about talent and we talk about engineering. However, there is vocational training that we need for we need youth trained vocationally for many things. For instance, in our company, we always say that our best assets are people, and they are the engineers. There are very many opportunities for engineers, but we have forgotten about vocational training. It's very difficult to find a high-precision mechanic, and they are essential for our strategic capacities. In the times that we are living, and especially during the pandemic, we have understood that we need certain manufacturing and strategic capacities in Spain so that we can face the challenges with COVID or with the invasion of Ukraine. So really, I think all profiles need to be highlighted, and it's an effort that we all have to put forth. The synergy between university and businesses, we need to foster that students study certain topics, and for the Spanish companies to be able to sell, we need to have talent, and this is within a budgetary framework that allows us to have more turnover and that allows us to compete abroad. So we must raise awareness in the public sphere and also politically. This is also an issue that needs to be tackled by the state, because it is linked to the future of the future generations and our children. All of these needs are important pieces of the educational system. In this time of change, I've always worked a lot with in robotics, and there's always the question of, will robots take over work that people can do? Yes. But they will create a lot more work. However, that additional job creation will require specific skills, very advanced ones, and require a specific profile. So the whole of society, publicly and privately, and educational institutions have to really have the obligation to make sure that this works. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible. GMV has more than 200 vacancies that they are not covering. We have the problem that are working from home for companies abroad. These are facts. So we should stop trying to do silly things and try to focus on the essential. A poorly presented problem has a poor execution and a poor solution. So as engineers, we really have to solve it from a different point of view. So really from the start, if you don't start telling people from the beginning that being an engineer is something interesting, you can't change their mind when they're 15. So we can't scare people, we just must show them the value. How do you think certain elements that condition us, which are more feminine elements, such as perfectionism, being scared of failure, family conciliation problems, do you think that that is a stumbling block for women to join the aerospace or defense sectors? A woman that wants to develop their professional career there? It's a very competitive sector, and that's where these psychological sectors can perhaps be considered a stumbling block. So, Mariela, you were saying that influencing young minds is important and educating them rather than influencing. I don't know what your take is with this regard. And I would like to hear your opinion. I can only really use my life as an example because I don't know what other people do in their life, but I come from a village. I come from an Italian village. My grandparents couldn't write. We were 2,000 people in one place. And I'm an engineer because my grandmother explained things to me that I knew, and now I understand the value of them. And I could find the explanation to why things were like that, and there was a physics explanation. Why did I study engineering? I don't know. I'm the only engineer in my family. But all I remember is that I had a need to understand how things worked. And when I saw Top Gun and I saw the firefighters, I thought that was amazing. And I wanted to see how that worked and why it did. When I told my parents that I wanted to do engineering, my mother said, "Oh, that's very difficult for women." And my father said, "Do whatever you want." In the end, I studied engineering. I wanted to be a mechanic, and I wanted to work in Formula One like a good Italian lady. Then I participated in a space mission concours or competition In my university, I participated, I won it, I started working in the space agency, and I've been doing this for a very long time. Why am I sharing this with you? Because I come from a place where, in theory, there were lots and lots of prejudices. A very small place, most of women were working at home, except for my mother, because she was the teacher in the school. And I've come this far. Did I have to choose? Yes. I have 2 children. It has been very difficult. I was named director whilst I was on maternity leave. The second month after I had been a mother, they asked me to be director, but I said, no, I can't do so until I finish my maternity leave. I said to him, I'm going to be the boss of my husband. Is this? He said, don't worry, I think you'll do great. I'm telling you lots of very personal things, but I share them because many a time it really is a matter of making a choice and saying yes. And I don't agree with people always sharing only the good things. No, it's not easy. It's not beautiful. You have to compromise. You have to choose. The commitment levels that we each have are different. I could be in different places had I chosen differently. I could be in different places, but devoting time to my family was one of my priorities, and I have found my equilibrium. This is my own. I have a wonderful husband that has helped me and has allowed me, as have the rest of my family. So all of these things are elements that allow us to get somewhere. Yet we shouldn't lie, and we shouldn't apply pressure in a world where people need external confirmation and acceptance constantly, because in the world of Instagram, for instance, women constantly have pressures and they feel that they have to be beautiful, they have to be a mother, they have to be this and that. All I say is you don't have to demonstrate anything to anyone. You have to work hard and forget about everything else. You have to work many hours and you have to do what it takes. And following on from what my colleague has said, more than influence, I would say that it's the education of leading by example, and that's how I was educated, and that's how I was raised. You lead by example, and I think General Patricia is a woman that has achieved being a general. There are many examples of CEO engineering women in defense and innovation. And this is something that I have learned with working with the armed forces. Is it difficult? Of course. Is it more difficult for women sometimes than men? Of course. And sometimes we have more advantages, especially currently. However, this is not what's important. We must lead by example. We must hope that this men and women situation is set aside and we talk about talent and not gender. In all of this, equality plans, what's your opinion regarding this? There are less women, there's not as much visibility. You think it's a matter of talent? Do you need these equality plans within companies and governments so that we can reach this equilibrium and normality? Or do you think that we should focus on talent and that be more important?
Okay.
Yes, of course. I think it's absolutely necessary, and I think all companies are currently working to have an equality plan. We do have one, and one of the main goals was that, to have the same number of females and male employees. But that was some sort of like natural matter. It is true that there are more problems, and we all need to make an effort. The politicians need to help companies to achieve that that goal of having equal opportunities. And I think a clear example today is paternity and maternity leave, which are exactly the same. But of course, we need to make an effort. And the story has the history has proven that women have had more trouble getting into these sectors. But as we see nowadays, and in the field of engineering, I haven't really seen many differences.
No he visto differenza.
I haven't seen many differences. And I'm going to get into trouble. I'm not in favor of that. I think she said I'm not in favor of quotas. I'm more looking at talent. We need to look at problems and solve them. And if we get quotas, then quotas need to be proportional to reality. Otherwise, we run the risk of putting people in a place because they have to be, or because there is a quota. So I'm getting into big trouble here. You don't know me. I work in space. You work in defense. My boss is gone, so you don't know who I am. Well, you know where I live, though. Anyway.
Yo soy una persona que viene, como he dicho, de la Tierra.
I am a woman from planet Earth, and things should be called what they are called. A spade is a spade. And I think opportunities needs to be the same for everyone, safeguarding the differences that do exist. And there are many differences between men and women, which I like, and I have no problem with that. And that's it. We need to do things to make sure that people reach the level that they can reach, safeguarding the differences which do exist. I wanted to ask you, maybe it's a personal question, but you said we could. So, Mariela, you said that you're the only one in your university. During your career, have you felt that you had a more difficult time because you were women, or have you been assessed only because of your talent? If you want to answer, free. Otherwise, I mean, I've told you so many things. Of course, I can answer. In these years, many different things have happened to me. I've been treated very well because I'm a woman. I've been treated really badly because I was a woman. There was even one person who sort of like stalked me, which was kind of weird. It was just an anecdotal incident because I thought it happened to other type of people and not to people like me. So I've had all sorts of things happening to me. But what I can say is that nobody has ever made me question who I am, that how much I'm worth it and what I want to do. I don't have any image to defend. I don't care. And with age, that is sort of like clearer. I don't lose my time in things that don't interest me. My grandma said, don't allow others' problems to be yours. If somebody sees that I have a problem because I'm a woman, that's their problem, not mine. And that's it. That's how I take it. I have never allowed this to be a problem for me. Recently, I was part of a jury in a STEM competition on robotics, and a group of girls came. It was kind of funny. It was only girls. And a friend said, why are you all girls? I said, because we need to prove that robots can be made by girls. And I said, that's a waste of energy. Why do you have to prove anything? Just do a robot. And then other two came and they said, with a donut-shaped robot, pink. It was really funny. With tin. And they had put dots of tin on top, and I loved it. And they said, we are friends. Our mom has a bakery, and we like it, that it looks like a donut. And I said, well, that's fine. In a team of creativity, you need everything. You even need somebody who makes a pink donut with tin polka dots. So They're all welcome. I also think that traditionally it's been more difficult. And in my professional life, I've had many problems, but my conclusion is that I am an example of a woman who works in the defense industry, where I've never felt discrimination or segmentation by gender, and where the most important thing is talent, eagerness to work, sacrifice, needs to overcome things, and especially what you said earlier when you talked about synergies with engineers and professional synergies in the professional training centers. Lastly, I want to ask you a question related to this thing of diversity. EAE study said that a gender study in a workforce could mean improvement of profits and a more added value. And for management positions, it could also improve profitability in 15%. Based in your experience, in your professional experience, does this diversity have a role or the presence of different sensitivities in the result of projects? I think it's much better to have different brains. It's much better to listen to different brains. That's much better than only listening to one. We just need to be careful not to fall in the mistake of trying to unify everything because of the fear. I've been the only woman in the board, and that was very funny because they said to me, don't finish, or don't solve all the problems, or don't create problems. And you have your point of view. And it's good to be in a place where you are free to be who you are, to share your point of view, and people accept it, and sometimes people don't accept it. But it's much better to have more brains instead of one. Yeah, I agree with my colleague, but I think diversity is always positive. Men and women in defense and aerospace and engineering, as it is, maybe it wouldn't be raised in other professions such as journalism or amongst politicians. Maybe that is not even an issue anymore when there are both men and women. But diversity is not just men and women, but it's diversity of different disciplines. I work with engineers from different disciplines and different types of professionals, and there is no doubt that diversity, especially if you work in innovation and in the creation of technologies, is absolutely necessary. Yeah, I also wanted to mention something very important in the field of education, which is that sometimes there is a mistake. This is a bit complex, but we make the mistake of unifying or standardizing the way we educate, like in space projects. There are thousands of people who we need thousands of different types of intelligence models. We have people for systems capacity, people who can solve an equation. So even in education, we should question the quality, not just about the quantity, and to make sure that we develop all types of talents, which we need, especially in complex things, where we need the vision and the contribution of many different ways of solving things. Teresa and Mariela, thank you very much for these minutes, this talk, and I hope next time it's not about women, but it's about talent. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias, Eva, Teresa, Mariela, por esta visión femenina.
Thank you very much for your feminine view, doing self-criticism as well. There is no doubt that one of the reasons why we had this table is the CEO of this summit, Isabel Atkinson. So she is a woman. She's part of the team. She's doing science to me. It wasn't her. Well, Isabel Atkinson, and she's one of the organizers of this event, and we have lots of female organizers. And as I saw the round table, we have seen of the team that we have had, and I feel very happy because they've organized it and it worked really well. So in all senses, so I see two operators, a female and a male. We have two interpreters, two female interpreters, Concha and Maria, whom I thank them for being there.
Por cierto, y azafatos.
We see hostesses, female and male hostesses. So I think it's great. I think I'll just take that message, that progress is being made regarding gender.
A la parte final, a la clausura institucional.
So we're going to go to the closing of this Space and Defense Industry Summit 2022. And we give the floor to Commissioner of the Summit, Joan Cloche. Let's give him a round of applause.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We are certainly drawing or to the end, or actually this is the end. As I said yesterday, the day before yesterday at the reception we held, when we served some cocktails at the hotel. I shall not take much time because I don't want to interfere with your lunch break. I would like to summarize this meeting, which I consider is very positive. So I want to thank the organizers, City Council of Seville, Exhibition Center, and Isabel Atkinson, without whom this would have never happened, not only because of the organization, but also because it's the third edition. So when you have a third edition of something, it's sort of like a baby, and you don't know whether the baby will make it anywhere. And even after in the previous two sessions, where the digital sessions due to COVID-19 restrictions, and this is the first in-person edition, so it was great to have it because it consolidated the personal relations between all the stakeholders of a sector which is strategic, delicate, and a transformation process. The president of the government, Mr. Sanchez, said yesterday at the opening the unprecedented support from the government to this industry with a strategic plan. PERTE is called in Spanish, with a public investment of 2,200 million euros and a mobilization of 2,400 million in the private sector. So President Sanchez did indeed strengthen the concept that the space, defense, and security is a triangle which is the key for European defense. He has made the commitment, a brave commitment, to increase in Spain expenditure up to 2%. And as he said, and the Secretary of State said then, and Palo Valcárcel, this will crystallize in before the end of the decade, 2029, 2030. And as the President of the Commission for Economic Affairs of the House of Parliament said that this year the budget allocation has been increased in the corresponding item. So I think this event has allowed us to have a critical and realistic assessment of the potential Spain has. And I would like to highlight both the realistic aspect of it, meaning, and it has been said today, that we should never feel that we are under the average, below the average in everything. I mean, in some things we are doing great, and in other things we're not doing that great. But in those things that we're doing great, we know to be up to scratch. For example, Admiral Bonilla said, or talked about our antenna capacities and capabilities. We seem to be leaders in Europe, and antennas are a basic component of the protection systems. As it happened, as in the past, we had the capacity to develop full platforms. I am a pilot. I am a amateur in aviation, and everything that flies, I love, even though I like the sea and sailing. But Spain had a capacity to make aircrafts with CASA aircrafts. We had engines before the wars with Hispano-Suizo. Then we had Erijalde engine.
Biplanos que también fueron.
As it happens with our biplanes, which was also rather well known. So there is a history since the 15th and 16th centuries with the Spanish Empire, but we also have more recent history. So we shouldn't have an inferiority complex. However, if we are to be more critical, I must say that you haven't been very critical. You've been more politically correct. Nobody sort of like dared to highlight the problems. And of course, when we speak in public, we shouldn't be too critical because we never should give advantage to the opponent, but we should be a bit self-critical. And maybe, when we talk with Isabel about it, to have more of an in-depth assessment of more complicated matters, maybe we could have confidential talks without dissemination. So there is a dialogue between people who had to improve their coordination capacity. That's the important thing. When I was a Minister for Industry, I got to know the sector. We had the European jet fighter, then A400A with Airbus. Navantia was already rather well advanced with frigate 100. And when I was the ambassador in Turkey, I was asked to help to support the sale of the submarine. That's 2009, 2010, but I could not convince Turkey to sell them the submarine because it wasn't ready. And we need to be aware of that. And I mean, just as well, we didn't sell it to them at the time. So I think at some point, we need to talk about the things that we need to improve, which is all fine and good to talk about the good point, but yeah, yesterday I was rather impressed by the intervention from Lieutenant Colonel Sanchez, Jesus Sanchez, because he summarized something which is very true, which is that the Ukraine war, it's going on, and you can see what's going on there. But where is the Navy? Where is the aviation in the Ukraine war? What is the resilience of the weapons they use? It seems that this war is opening up the door to a sixth stage of modern warfare, in where systems in the front line may have a technical complexity that are the game changers. And I guess they are already discussing these at the high level. when they talk about how it works in Spain. But this self-criticism capacity must be maintained so that we can improve our capabilities. The industry, and I want to thank Escribano, our partner, strategic partner in this meeting, and the four main global partners, Hispasat, Hispasat, Indra, and GMV, as well as the other four, Navantia. I can't really read them, but you can. So they've helped us to organize this meeting. So without the economic contribution of our sponsors, this would have never happened. And I think we would have missed a great opportunity. We have topics where we have in A and B plus. In other, we have just a C, and in other, we don't even make it to pass the subject. So we should be realistic, and we should analyze all the various aspects, and we should promote the things that work well and improve the things that can be improved. People have talked about the investment in platform, which is an important cost, and also to invest in systems to be able to achieve economic sustainability in our industry, which does have a problem, that is that they depend on the main customer, which is the armed forces, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Forces. So they have demand swings, and we need to internationalize our exports as much as we can, and in turn invest in systems. And system maintenance could also be a good industrial option. Space is doing great in Spain. We have reached a level of expertise that allows us to just have a C or a B as a mark, but we need to keep on trying, coordinate our efforts, and keep a vision and ambition that allow us to stay where we are and even improve. Some people said that regarding rockets and missiles, we could improve. And technologically, this is an industry which is rather fitting for the industrial potential Spain has. So there is a...
Luego está el tema de los...
Then we have the issue of cyberspace. Computer security and safety, where we have a lot of capabilities. The defense sector is rather well covered, which I'm very happy to hear. But I, coming from different sectors, I am a doctor. I know the healthcare sector. I've been the mayor. I know the public authorities. I've been a minister. So, I mean, we don't have the computer security or the IT security we should in the public authorities and in the private companies. And this is a sector where civil society and defense have a clear gap. So we need to improve that. So defense industry has a B as a mark, and the other authorities, they fail. They don't fail with a 0, but they fail, just fail. And they need to improve, obviously. My final thoughts of things that have impacted me, because they are sincere. Admiral, I've mentioned him again. I liked his presentation when he said that we should detect, identify, control, and if necessary, combat. So we need to lose the fear of using certain words because we run risks due to our proximity to aggressive conflicts such as the Ukraine war. So we need to be ready. And we need to make the effort so that society can understand this.
Y finalmente me ha impresionado el
Lastly, I was rather impressed by the last roundtable on defense and women and the clear will you are stating of moving from women to talent, because we're not doing good in the defense industry regarding women. When I started doing politics in 1979, after the first democratic elections, 90% of the councillors in Spain at the time, or 95, were men. There were very few women. Now there are more female councillors in politics. In healthcare, there are more female doctors. It's been the case for a while. And in many other professions, the same. Spain's employment level, which is more than 13 million jobs. So we have an occupation rate which is almost as the European average. So people with a job in the working age, from 16 to 65 years of age, and this is only 3 or 4 points below the European average. But in the 80s, our occupation rate, I mean, now it's 72%. Then it was less than 60. The big miracle in Spain was the incorporation of women to employment, formal employment. I mean, I'm not saying that women don't work, because our mothers and grandmother did work a lot, but I'm talking about a formal job with a profession. So the accession of Spain to the EU, the modernization of our society, has given us an occupation level which is quite good. In the defense industry, that is not the case. And I certainly hope that it becomes more standard, as it has happened with other sectors. But the roundtable talked about a topic at the end where we have problems, and that is talent. And talent was raised, but it was mentioned again at another roundtable, and that is indeed a problem, because we are currently living with a changing social model in a system where many young people, both males and females, have problems. They get stressed out, they have psychological problems because they need to endure the real or false competitiveness that our society sometimes imposes upon us, or gives visibility in media, such as fake news or populistic messages.
que son inquietantes.
And all of this really is rather worrying, and they are a threat to liberal democracies because they induce behavior and breaks within society. And we have to try to change this, as well as we must try to favor the creation and retention of talent. And we have to make sure that talent doesn't flee. And yet we can also hire talent abroad because the other nations do so. And we also have arguments to bring talent to our country. We live really well here. And in Seville, of course, more. And with this, I draw to a close and I give the floor to the authority, the Deputy Mayor of Economy, Commerce and Tourism of Seville. I give you the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a pleasure to be able to be part of this closing of this very important summit nationally and internationally, but also for the city of Seville. I had a long speech, but I refuse to take much time from the cocktail that we have afterwards, after such intense conferences. I just wanted to say that we have heard that during these last few days you have debated many, many important topics regarding space and defense and security nationally and internationally. What is important for us as well is industrial and technological innovation for our country. And in that sense, we have very important industry, and I, as a delegate of economy, tourism and commerce, I cannot really forego the opportunity to talk to you about it. Seville goes beyond tourism. We have very important industry, and we see it here. We have a specialization in this aeronautical and this space industry, which is very important for our economy. Proof of which is the candidature that and the bid that we have presented, with all of the different sectors included, the bid for the Spanish Space Agency headquarters. And I hope that in the 4th edition of this summit, we will be able to inaugurate our space agency here. So I don't want to be the person to keep you from the cocktail, because we have all spoken about the key elements. We await for you for next year, and I hope that we can then celebrate the Spanish Space Agency here in Seville, and I hope we have many, many more events like yours, which are essential for the industry, for Seville, and really your industry does great work. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Pues muchas gracias al
Thank you very much, Delegate of the Economy, Tourism, Francisco Javier. And after a day and a half of very important conferences, we draw the Space and Defense Industry Seville Summit 2022 to a close. Thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you to our supporters, Escribano, Hispasat, Izertis, GMV, and Indra, Navantia, Tecnobit, General Dynamics, and SAPA, and MBDA Martin. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you to all the technical team in this wonderful Congress Center. Thank you to all of you who have watched from your homes virtually, or from anywhere really, because we can even watch from mobile phones. Thank you to you, and thank you. This is the end, but we have a cocktail outside, and I'm sure you're going to carry on doing networking there, signing contracts, or just having a wonderful time together. And we urge you to join us in the Space and Defense Industry Civil Summit 2023. Thank you very much and good afternoon.